Chapter 837. It could be said that Jiang Tianhao's road to power was paved with Ji Yuqi's humiliation and sadness. The sad thing was that Ji Yuqi had never doubted him and Yi Zixu. She had always foolishly thought that it was because of her bad luck that she encountered so many bad things. Thinking of how stupid she used to be, Ji Yuqi wanted to slap herself a few times. Ji Yuqi gripped the steering wheel tightly, and her eyes gradually turned cold. She realized that some things had changed because of her rebirth. In her previous life, Tang Feng was used as a shield by Yi Zixu. This time, Tang Feng didn't attend the banquet because he wasn't feeling well. So, Yi Zixu took the risk and asked her out in Jiang Tianhao's name. Unfortunately, Jiang Tianhao had some feelings for Yuqi in this life. Yi Zixu was worried that Jiang Tianhao wouldn't hurt Yuqi, so she could only do things behind his back. If he found out that Yi Zixu's plot ended up harming himself, there would definitely be a rift between the two of them. It wasn't because he cared about Yuqi, but because he was used to controlling the situation and wouldn't allow others to deceive him. Thinking of this, Ji Yuqi raised her eyebrows mockingly. Let this pair of true love test their feelings with time. Her phone suddenly rang, interrupting her reverie. Ji Yuqi pressed the answer button and heard Gu Fifen's magnetic voice. Chi-Chi, can you explain what happened tonight now? Ji Yuqi's tone was indifferent, as if she was talking about the weather. You were drugged by Xiao Run and tricked to hide behind the rockery. I was already prepared and saved your reputation. Oh, right? Although you don't have any reputation to speak of. Gu Fifen smiled bitterly. Do you have to humiliate me like this to be happy? Forget it. Since you saved what little reputation I had left, I'll forgive you. Tell me, how did you get Xiao Run and Jiang Tianhao together? I used Yi Zixu's name to trick Xiao Run into going to the pavilion. As for Jiang Tianhao, he was rather unlucky. In order to trick me, Yi Zixu had to send him away, and the best place to do so was the only way to get to the fake mountain, the garden. Ji Yuqi analyzed the situation in detail. She did not intend to hide anything from him. In some ways, the two of them were really fated. In her previous life, Yi Zixu had schemed against them, and both of them were unlucky together. In this life, they were schemed against again. This was also the reason why Ji Yuqi was so kind to save him from his burning desire. Gu Fifen clicked his tongue and sighed. So you're playing psychological tactics. You're really good. Ji Yuqi snorted. Thanks for the compliment, Mr. Gu. I beg you to use your brain when you do things in the future. Don't be used by others. I don't want to be involved with you anymore. Why did Yi Zixu always want to involve her and Gu Fifen together? This was really a question worth pondering. The corner of Gu Fifen's mouth twitched. Hey, you're kicking me to the curb after I've outlived my usefulness. Last time at the old mansion, you were the one who wanted to get involved with me. Why are you blaming me now? Ji Yuqi apologized without any sincerity. Then I'm really sorry. Gu Fifen was almost angered to death by her. The next second, he was full of energy again and chuckled mischievously. Chi-Chi, since they all want to involve us together, then we'll do what everyone wants and be together. Don't worry, I won't despise you. Sorry, I despise you. Ji Yuqi raised her eyebrows. She got out of the car and closed the door. She didn't want to have a meaningless conversation with him. That's it, I'm home. Bye. Wait a minute. Ouch. Ouch, little rascal. You actually dare to hang up on me. On the other side, Gu Fifen pounded the steering wheel in annoyance. Unfortunately, the little girl could no longer hear him. After the incident at the birthday party, the news of Xiao family's young master being a pervert quickly spread. Xiao Qinggang was ridiculed by the group of people on the board of directors. He lost all his face. When he went back, he gave Xiao Run a good beating. Poor Xiao Run, his old injuries had not healed and new injuries were added. At this moment of physical and mental injury, Xiao Run wanted to seek comfort from the goddess. He didn't expect the goddess to coldly tell him that she had never asked him to go to any pavilion and had never liked him. She asked him not to misunderstand. Xiao Ren's young man's heart suddenly shattered into pieces. The sad thing was that Gu Fifen started to take revenge. The news that Xiao Run and Jiang Tianhao messed around at Zhu Zhu's birthday party spread throughout the school. There was a post on the BBS called "Who is the Top and Who is the Bottom? The Tsundere Queen and the Black-Bellied Emperor?" The post quickly became popular. In the post, Xiao Run became the Tsundere Queen, and Jiang Tianhao was naturally the Black-Bellied Emperor. The post owner made a detailed analysis of the attributes of the two people's top and bottom. His moral integrity fell to the ground, which attracted the howling of the Fujoshis. They all raised their flags and supported Xiao Run and Jiang Tianhao to be together. The two men who were gossiped about smashed the mouse at the same time and almost overturned the computer. Ouch, 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 look, that is the Black-Bellied Emperor. He is so handsome and stylish. His gentle appearance wraps his black-bellied heart. Ouch, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. A girl's eyes were starry, and she looked infatuated. What the hell? Who is the woman holding the Black-Bellied Emperor's arm? It destroys the beauty too much. The Black-Bellied Emperor belongs to the Tsundere Queen. A girl stomped her feet and roared at Yeezus. The Tsundere Queen and the Black-Bellied Emperor are true love. The one called Yi something quickly let go of the Tsundere Queen and let the Tsundere Queen do it. Tsundere Queen, where are you? Your man is about to be snatched away. Whenever Jiang Tianhao and Yi Zissou held hands and showed their affection on campus, they would be surrounded by a group of Fujoshis. The chatter of the wolf girls annoyed Jiang Tianhao, and Yi Zissou's face became more and more ugly. Both of them were roaring in their hearts. Fujoshis are really a ferocious species. He is obviously heterosexual, okay. This farce finally came to an end one afternoon. Under the covetous eyes of the wolf girls, Jiang Tianhao and Xiao Run walked into the office of the Academic Affairs Office. The Academic Affairs Director expelled them for violating the school rules and seriously affecting the school's teaching order, living order, and public management order. Jiang Tianhao's face was as white as a sheet. He was already in his 4th year of university. If he was expelled, it would mean that he had wasted his 4 years in university. Moreover, those big companies would not hire a student who was expelled because of his bad behavior. This meant that his whole life would be stained. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart, clenched his fists tightly, stood up suddenly, and argued with reason. "Director, I have an objection to this punishment. I want to appeal." Sharon also stood up and said loudly, "I want to appeal too." According to the rules, if a student was not satisfied with the punishment given by the school, he could appeal. The school set up a special student appeal handling committee to accept students' appeals for cancellation of admission, expulsion, or disciplinary punishment. The director pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and smiled. "Okay, students, please submit a written appeal to the appeal handling committee according to the rules." Coming out of the Academic Affairs Office, the two people, who were like fire and water, miraculously reached a tacit agreement. They must unite and overturn the school's punishment decision. Jiang Tianhao took the lead and reached out a hand of friendship. "Xiao Run, let's put aside our prejudice and work hard together." Xiao Run hesitated for a moment and held Jiang Tianhao's hand. "I was too immature in the past. Jiang Tianhao, I will not fight with you for Yi Zissou in the future. You must treat her well." Even if his goddess did not mean it, he still could not bear to see her suffer. Jiang Tianhao nodded. His face was cold, and his eyes were deep. No one could guess what he was thinking. Originally, it was a simple handshake between two men. Unexpectedly, someone secretly took a picture of it and posted it on the school's website. The wolf girls cheered. The Tsundere Queen and the Black-Bellied King finally broke through the world and got together. Someone edited the picture of the two, made it into a video, and posted it on the internet. It implicated their background and attracted more attention. It even implicated the Xiao group and G group. The matter was getting bigger and bigger, and it was developing in an uncontrollable direction. "Tianhao, don't take those people's nonsense to heart. You will be fine. Tianhao, don't worry. No matter what, I will always be on your side. Tianhao, I have saved a secret stash of money over the years. If we can't stay in Ying City, we will study abroad. Everything will be fine." Yi Zissou seized every opportunity to show her loyalty in front of Jiang Tianhao. Jiang Tianhao was not touched at all. He only became more and more annoyed. This woman was the main culprit. She caused him to be so miserable. She still had the nerve to comfort him and give him charity. When a person loves you, all your shortcomings become merits. When a person doesn't love you, he can no longer see your merits and will only magnify your shortcomings. Jiang Tianhao and Shaorun had to bear the pressure of Mount Tai and submit a petition to the Complaint Handling Committee. However, they did not know that Gu Fifen's grandfather was the director of the school. It was a piece of cake for him to target anyone. The complaint was rejected, and the original punishment was upheld. Jiang Tianhao and Shaorun were not satisfied. In the end, they submitted a written complaint to the Provincial Education Administration. This incident caused a huge uproar in Ing City. The Provincial Education Administration sent 2 investigators to investigate and collect evidence. This time, Gu Fifen did not do anything behind the scenes. Hence, after several twists and turns, the investigators finally found the truth. They proved that Jiang Tianhao and Shaorun were innocent. The public was blinded by malicious rumors. In the end, the education department overruled the decision to expel them from school. The school reconsidered the matter and gave them a warning. However, Jiang Tianhao and Xiao Ren's names were remembered by everyone in Ing City. Regardless of whether it was out of goodwill or malice, their reputations were tainted. As Jiang Tianhao's future father-in-law, Ji Bowen lost all his face. His attitude towards Jiang Tianhao became colder and colder. Qin Tingfang originally wanted to persuade Ji Bowen to let Jiang Tianhao enter the Ji group after graduation. However, she had no choice but to give up on this idea. She also tried to persuade Yi Zissou to give up on Jiang Tianhao and find another outstanding man. However, Yi Zissou was too addicted. She was unwilling to give up. She kept fantasizing that she would stay by his side when he was down and that he would not abandon her when he was successful. He would be loyal to her, and so on. A month later, the expulsion incident finally came to an end. Jiang Tianhao went from being a proud young man of the capital university to a commoner who was despised by everyone. Everyone looked at him with prejudice. Although he was already in his 4th year and did not care about the reputation in the school, the difference was too big. He could not accept it. Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 838. The sun was setting in the west, and a golden color spread across the clear lake, sparkling and crystalline. On the lakeside, a tall and straight figure was leaning against a willow tree. The setting sun shrouded his body in a faint golden halo, making his handsome face look like fine jade. Between his handsome eyebrows, there was a faint trace of worry. The melancholic prince, compared to the gentle as jade big brother next door, was more able to evoke the feelings of pity from the bottom of a girl's heart. When Ji Yuqi coincidentally met Jiang Tianhao by the lakeside, what she saw was such a beautiful scene. She knew that he was creating an opportunity for them to meet, so she cooperated and gave him such an opportunity. Senior, her beautiful eyes were filled with emotion, silently gazing at his face, as if she was worried, as if she was distressed. But in her heart, she was thinking, "Oh, scumbag, seeing you so depressed and down, I'm relieved." Yuqi, Jiang Tianhao's heart trembled, and he couldn't help but walk closer to her. Regarding the current him who was down and out, only Yuqi truly cared about him. He completely forgot that Yi Zissou was by his side every day, comforting him and comforting him. "Senior, you've lost weight." Ji Yuqi cooperatively walked forward, meeting him halfway. The two of them quietly looked at each other, seeing the deep affection and pain in each other's eyes. Oh, Ji Yuqi was about to cry from her own nauseating performance. "Yuqi, right now only you care about me." Jiang Tianhao bitterly smiled as he held her hand, wanting to pull her into his embrace. Ji Yuqi unobtrusively took 2 steps back from his embrace. She wanted to smile at him, but when that smile was revealed, it was incomparably miserable. Her beautiful eyes were covered with mist, and her lips were white from biting, as she softly said, "We can't do this, Senior. You are my brother-in-law. We can't let Zissa down. But the one I love is you." Jiang Tianhao's voice was hoarse as he suppressed his low roar. After he roared out, he was shocked. It turned out that he had really fallen in love with her. Unknowingly, he actually roared out the words hidden in his heart. He had finally admitted that he loved her. He had fallen in love with the daughter of his father's murderer. Ji Yuqi really wanted to laugh out loud. What she had been begging for in her previous life, she had actually gotten it so easily in this life. The heavens were really teasing people. She had a stunned expression on her face as if she couldn't believe it. In the end, she shook her head weakly and sobbed. No, what we're doing is wrong. She suddenly grabbed Jiang Tianhao's wrist and pleaded agitatedly. Senior, I'm begging you. Don't tell Zissou. Don't hurt her. She's my only sister. Before she could finish speaking, tears had already rolled down her cheeks, making her look sad and beautiful. At this moment, Jiang Tianhao only felt heartache and shame. He and Yi Zissou had done many things to let Yuqi down. He didn't expect Yuqi to be so kind. She actually didn't bear a grudge against Zissou and even asked him to treat her well. At the same time, he hated Yi Zissou even more. It was because of Yi Zissou's viciousness that he had been separated from Yuqi. If Yi Zissou was no longer around, he and Yuqi could be together. No, he couldn't think like that. After all, Yi Zissou was his first woman. Ji Yuqi saw Jiang Tianhao's constantly changing expressions and the undercurrent in his eyes. She could guess what he was thinking. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. What you can't have is the best. See, true love is nothing more than that. She gathered her thoughts and took out a document from her handbag and handed it to him. Her long eyelashes were still tear-stained as she said softly, Senior, this is the information I've compiled on some companies. These companies have some connections with our G family. If you're willing to work in these companies, I'll ask Dad to recommend you. The information was very detailed. It included the introduction of the company's main business, the company's organizational structure, the main people in charge, and even the preference of the people in charge. It was obvious that she had put in a lot of effort. This was no different from sending charcoal in snowy weather to Jiang Tianhao. He was deeply moved. He firmly believed that Ji Yuqi loved him deeply. As long as Yuqi was willing to speak up for him in front of Ji Bowen, he would still find a good job and then scheme. He clenched the information in his hands and gazed affectionately into Ji Yuqi's eyes. He looked deeply moved. Yuqi, you've treated me so well. Yuqi, give me 2 years. I'll marry you grandly. Ji Yuqi's pretty face blushed. Her eyelashes fluttered a few times. She turned her face away, not daring to look at him. She mumbled, We've agreed. You can't let Zissa down. I'll leave first. Her cheeks were flushed red. It was as if she was being chased by a monster. She ran away in a panic, leaving only her fragrant scent in the air. Jiang Tianhao looked at her flustered back. The corners of his lips curled up, and his bright black eyes sparkled with satisfaction. Yuqi, I won't let go. Even if you're the daughter of my enemy, I won't let go. I'll defeat your father and then marry you. I'll let your father's life go for your sake. We'll definitely be happy. Fortunately, Ji Yuqi didn't know what he was thinking. Otherwise, she would have been angered to death by his strange logic. After running to a place where Jiang Tianhao couldn't see, Ji Yuqi slowed down her pace and walked slowly to the parking lot. She had calculated that Jiang Tianhao wouldn't give up such a good opportunity. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that she had a certain amount of connections in those companies. No matter which company he chose, he wouldn't have a good life. Chen Tingfang couldn't sit still anymore. She thought that after a month, Gao Qiao Technologies' financial problems would be solved and the stock price would rise. Unexpectedly, Gao Qiao Technologies' stock price fell faster than a parachute. When she bought it, it was more than 50 yuan. Now it had fallen to 50 yuan. If it fell any further, her 2 million yuan would only be left with a few 100,000 yuan. She was so anxious that she had a meeting with the financial planner. The financial planner comforted her and asked her to wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. If she waited a little longer, her 2 million yuan would only be left with a few 100,000 yuan. Chen Tingfang shook off the financial planner and called Lin Tai directly. She was so anxious that she couldn't be bothered to exchange pleasantries. She went straight to the point and asked, Lin Tai, Gao Xiao Technology's stock price has fallen a lot. What do you plan to do? Lin Tai didn't react for a moment. The stock price fell? What does it have to do with me? Chen Tingfang forced herself to be patient. Didn't you buy Gao Xiao Technology's stock? Now their stock price has fallen a lot. I'm just asking if you've heard any news from Qingli. Are you going to sell it or continue to hold it? Lin Tai had a sudden realization and shouted, You bought Gao Xiao Technology stock? Chen Tingfang frowned. Yes, Lin Tai said anxiously. You're really making me anxious. Didn't you say that you weren't interested in investing in stocks? I thought you wouldn't buy it, so I didn't inform you. Actually, Qingli told me later that although the Yu family is very powerful, there are internal conflicts in their family. Gao Xiao Technology might be in trouble. Look, the financial director who exposed the financial scandal is Yu Lei's uncle. Chen Tingfang's mind was about to explode. She couldn't hear what Lin Tai said at the end. She knew that she was in trouble this time. Gao Xiao Technology's stock price would fall even more. She had to make a prompt decision to sell it quickly. Otherwise, the losses would be even worse. As if to verify her guess, the news suddenly broke out. It said that Gao Xiao Technology's employees had said that the company was indeed in a financial crisis. Their main business was showing signs of losses. If they couldn't repay the bank loan, the bank would use a few of the company's factories to repay the debt. In short, all the signs indicated that Gao Xiao Technology was galloping on the road to bankruptcy. When she saw the news on the big screen in the square, Chen Tingfang was so anxious that she almost fainted. A pair of slender and fair hands supported her firmly, and a clear and pleasant voice flowed past her ears like a gurgling stream. Madam, are you all right? Chen Tingfang leaned against a broad and firm chest. That person's strong arm supported her waist. She took a deep breath and slowly opened her eyes. She turned her head and looked at that person. With just one glance, she was stunned. It was a very handsome face. Handsome eyebrows, a high nose bridge, and a caring and warm smile on his young face. It was like a ray of sunlight that shone into the depths of one's heart. His eyes were very beautiful. They were clear, bright, and sparkled with a pure smile without a trace of haze. His entire being was like a radiant object, attracting the gazes of others. His casual suit made his figure tall and straight. His young body was full of vitality, but it didn't make people feel that he was childish. This man was very charming. This sentence suddenly popped up in Chen Tingfang's mind. For no reason, she suddenly felt ashamed of herself for having such thoughts. Her cheeks heated up, and she hurriedly withdrew from his embrace. She brushed the hair by her ear as if to cover it up and smiled slightly. Thank you, I'm fine. That's good. My name is Xiao Yihan. Nice to meet you. Xiao Yihan smiled brightly and politely extended his right arm. Chen Tingfang politely shook his right hand. My surname is Chun. Thank you for today. I still have something to do. See you next time. Okay. Goodbye, Sister Chun. Xiao Yihan waved his hand coolly. His handsome face looked like a god under the sunlight. Seeing the handsome man's back disappear into the distance, Chen Tingfang couldn't help but sigh. It was so good to be young, full of passion and vitality. After getting into the car, she immediately contacted the financial planner and instructed him to sell all of Gao Xiao's shares. The financial planner persuaded her again and asked her to wait patiently for a few more days. Chen Tingfang was really impatient. She flipped out and said, Please do as I say. No matter what the consequences are, I will bear them myself. I will not trouble you. Actually, the financial planner was waiting for these words. Those unreasonable rich ladies were the scariest. It was fine if they earned money, but as long as they lost money, they would push the blame to the financial planner. Chen Tingfang sold all of her shares. It was as if her heart had been gouged out. She was in so much pain that she couldn't tell anyone about it. Attention Hongcha 866. Chapter 839. However, as she expected, the stock price continued to fall. When it fell to more than 5 yuan, Chen Tingfang's anger dissipated a little. She felt lucky that she didn't continue to hold shares. While most people were frantically dumping their gaucho stocks, one person was frantically buying them. She was Ji Yuqi. After Grandpa, Su Zhengheng, passed away, he left a legacy to Ji Yuqi and her brother, which was managed by Ji Bowen. When they turned 18 years old, they could freely use it. Ji Yuqi had already obtained the right to freely use the legacy. She registered a company abroad and used the legacy to buy all the shares of Gao Qiao. Ji Yuqi didn't hide anything from Ji Yunhan, so it aroused a strong objection. Ji Yunhan couldn't help but grab his hair angrily. "Sister, what the hell are you doing? Why do you want to buy Gao Qiao's shares? They are facing bankruptcy now." Ji Yuqi smiled faintly. "Ahan, the Yu family is one of the top families in Hancheng. Yu Lei is Yu Lindong's most valued grandson. Yu Lindong won't ignore Yu Lei. Just wait and see. The Yu family will definitely help Yu Lei. It's only a matter of time." Yu Lindong was a cunning old fox. His sons were all useless. Now he put all his hopes on his eldest grandson, Yu Lei. Unfortunately, Yu Lei had been studying abroad for many years. After returning to China, he gradually got out of Yu Lindong's control. Yu Lindong didn't do anything. Of course, he wanted to force Yu Lei into a desperate situation. He had no choice but to beg the old man for help. Then he would not only save the Yu family's face, but also gain his grandson's respect. It was like killing two birds with one stone. Ji Yuqi didn't know these inside stories, but in her previous life, she had accidentally heard the conversation between Shun Zhe and Aze. That was why she knew so much. She also took this opportunity to set a trap for Chen Tingfang. Thinking of Shun Zhe, Ji Yuqi's lips couldn't help but curl up. A hint of a smile appeared in her beautiful eyes. That childish man. Yesterday, he'd asked her to deliver lunch to his company and then drag her to work with him. He'd peeked at her from time to time. Did he think she didn't know? Sis? Ji Yunhan couldn't help but shiver when his sister, who was chatting with him, suddenly went into a daze and even giggled foolishly. He jumped in front of her and waved his hand vigorously. Ji Yuqi's eyes turned and saw her brother staring at her with a smirk. Her face couldn't help but heat up. She coughed dryly and continued the topic from before. "So that's how it is. Gao Qiao will come back from the dead. If we buy stocks at a low price now, we can make a huge profit." Ji Yunhan squeezed his butt to her side and poked her arm with a smirk. "Sis, you've been acting strange recently. Are you in love?" Her relationship with Shun Zhe couldn't be exposed for the time being, but Ahan was her brother, and she trusted him completely. She thought about it and smiled as she patted his head. "If I say yes, will you object?" Ji Yunhan's heart thumped. She was in love indeed, but the smile on his face became even more obsequious. "That depends on who it is. If it's a bad guy like Jiang Tianhao, of course I'll object." Ji Yuqi bit her lip. Last time, she lied to Ahan in front of Shun Zhe and said that Shun Zhe was her friend's brother. Shun Zhe's face was full of resentment. Oh, she suddenly didn't want to disappoint him. Ji Yuqi made up her mind and suddenly turned around. She held Ji Yunhan's shoulders with both hands and said seriously, "Ahan, I'll take you to see him tonight. But you have to keep it a secret for me and not tell Dad, okay?" Ji Yunhan's heart was burning with anger. Wow, this was too hateful. That wild man actually made his sister fall so deep that she had to see his family. He would never allow it. He grinned, revealing his white teeth. His gaze was unusually strange. "Okay, I'm looking forward to seeing him." Noon. Shun just sat behind his desk and listened to the department manager's report. In the meantime, he raised his wrist to look at the time. His handsome brows furrowed slightly. The department manager wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. Did he do a bad job with his report? The vice president had already secretly looked at his watch 5 times. The more he spoke, the softer his voice became, and the less confident he became. Shun Zhe's brows furrowed even tighter and then quickly smoothed out. He glanced at him with his dark eyes and said indifferently, "Hungry?" The department manager hurriedly shook his head. "No, then speak louder." Big Boss impatiently knocked on the table with his finger. The department manager's heart and body trembled. He hurriedly raised his voice. In the empty room, only his loud voice could be heard. Shun Zhe impatiently knocked on the table again. Too loud. Boo-hoo, Big Boss is so hard to please. The department manager's heart was filled with bitter tears. Knock, knock, knock. Shunja's cold expression immediately changed. A gentle smile appeared on his iceberg face, as if the ice and snow had melted. His voice also had a trace of imperceptible gentleness. Come in. The department manager suspected that he was hallucinating and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Oh, he wasn't hallucinating. As the door opened, the smile on Big Boss' face became even more obvious. The department manager wanted to sneak a peek at the person who made Big Boss transform from an iceberg man into a gentleman, but he didn't dare to. He could only stand stiffly. Perhaps his stiff temperament was too outstanding. Big Boss rewarded him with a look and said indifferently, "There are still a few problems in the report. Redo it. You may leave." The department manager respectfully said, "Okay, I'll finish it as soon as possible." The sound of high heels was getting closer and closer. A woman's teasing voice could be heard. "Young master, it's bad enough that you become a workaholic, but you've also implicated your employees. You're too hateful." Cold sweat appeared on the department manager's forehead again. This woman was too bold. She actually dared to speak to the vice president, who was known as the cold-faced devil. She was simply courting death. The strange thing was that Big Boss didn't get angry. There was an obvious tone of joy in his voice. He looked at him as if he had found his conscience. "Manager Gao, go and eat first. Give me this report tomorrow." Yes. Manager Gao was so touched that he was about to cry. Was he really abused too badly? Before he left, he looked gratefully at the woman who spoke up for him. He couldn't help but be stunned. She was very beautiful. She was wearing a simple bohemian dress that looked like a fairy's feather dress on her. Her fluffy curly hair naturally draped over her shoulders. Her facial features were exquisite and beautiful, like a doll placed in a display window. She was so beautiful that it made people gasp in admiration. The woman's eyes wandered and she nodded at him with a smile. His young heart was beating violently in his chest, and his cheeks were burning uncontrollably. Big Boss's cold gaze turned to him with an expression that said, "Hurry up and leave. Don't be a third wheel." Manager Gao's heart trembled, and he hurriedly left the office. Closing the door, Manager Gao wanted to cry. Damn it, he was actually staring at Big Boss's woman like a love-struck fool. If Big Boss found out, he would definitely make him die a horrible death. Big Boss Shunja didn't know that he had abused his subordinate until he was about to cry. He walked to Ji Yuqi's side with a straight face and hugged her tightly in his arms. His tone wasn't very good. "Why are you so late today?" It was 10 minutes later than the previous few times. He had already checked his watch 5 times. Ji Yuqi couldn't help but raise the corners of her lips. Her slender fingers poked his tense cheeks, and her sparkling eyes twinkled mischievously. "My young master, there was a traffic jam on the road. Today, there's your favorite crystal hoof. It's said that you'll be nourished by whatever you eat. You can run even faster after eating hoof." Her soft red lips were like a blooming rose in the morning, shining with a mesmerizing luster under the sunlight. His deep eyes darkened slightly, and he slowly lowered his head, moving closer to her cheek. A strong and oppressive aura arose spontaneously. Ji Yuqi couldn't help but feel her heart pounding. Her cheeks were slightly hot as she pushed his chest and said softly, "Stop fooling around. Let's eat." His dark eyes stared fixedly at her lips, lingering. Just as her cheeks were getting redder and redder, almost turning into a tomato, he quickly pecked her lips lightly and then let go of her, as if nothing had happened. He calmly opened the food box she had brought and took out the dishes one by one. Ji Yuqi touched her lips in a daze. She was speechless. Could this man be any more childish? He had obviously kissed her, but he was pretending that nothing had happened. She didn't know that although the man she was silently criticizing was expressionless and calm, his ears were quietly turning red. The afternoon was wonderful. With her company, Shunja's work efficiency increased by a lot. Although a certain young woman was just wandering around in the office, his heart was filled with joy as long as he looked up and saw her. Shunja. Ji Yuqi sat on a certain someone's desk, her two slender legs swinging in tandem. There was a fawning smile on her coquettish face, and her voice was sweet and soft. "Shunja, do you have time tonight?" Shunja's hands paused, and he looked up at the young woman on the desk. She was sitting sideways, her slender and fair neck curved into a beautiful arc because of her tilting of her head. Her delicate little chin was slightly lowered, and her pair of clear and bright eyes were sparkling. The corners of her lips were slightly raised, and she looked like a sly and cute fox. He didn't know what she was thinking. He felt as if there was a small hand gently caressing his heart. A tingling feeling spread from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He couldn't help but reach out and rub her soft hair. His voice was low and gentle. "And what are your plans?" Ji-Yuchi's eyes curved into beautiful crescents. "Well, tonight, I want to introduce my brother to you." "Okay." Shunja agreed immediately, as if he wasn't angry that she didn't want to introduce him to her father. Ji-Yuchi didn't need to say the words she had prepared to appease him. "Then where do you think we should meet?" Ji-Yuchi was in a difficult position. She was worried that Chun Tingfang and her mother would follow them and find out about her. Shunja. Welfare Hongcha 866. Chapter 840. Shunja pinched her nose naturally. "Let's go to Golden Bay. You can head there directly after your afternoon class. I'll get Aze to pick up your brother from school." Indeed, this way, they would be able to fool everyone. Ji-Yuchi nodded in satisfaction. She gracefully jumped off the desk, glanced at the time, and said with a smile, "All right, young Master Shun, you can work hard. I'm going to school for class." Her class was between 3 and 5 in the afternoon. This was a good time for her to deliver lunch to a certain foodie before heading to school. Shunja stretched out his long arm and pulled Ji-Yuchi into his embrace. He kissed her on the cheek and said in a mellow voice, "Be careful on the road." Ji-Yuchi was as obedient as a kitten. She replied softly, Under the setting sun, the bay seemed to be shrouded in a thin layer of golden gauze. The seawater washed over the beach, and it was peaceful. In the villa at Golden Bay, the atmosphere was not very pleasant. Ji Yunhan's eyes were spitting fire as he glared at the tall man in front of him. That man's hands and claws were actually hugging his sister's waist without the slightest scruple. Even if he was Ing City's famous eldest young master of the Shun family, even if he was his sister's boyfriend, he still couldn't take advantage of his sister without his approval. "Let go." Ji Yunhan squeezed out these two words one by one from between his teeth. Shunja glanced at him expressionlessly. He didn't know what he was thinking, but he actually let go of Ji-Yuchi's waist. However, in the next second, he immediately used his left hand to hold her right hand tightly. Ji Yunhan was almost amused by his actions. The dignified eldest young master of the Shun family was actually playing such a childish trick in front of him. Wasn't this shameful? He snorted and stepped forward. He grabbed Shunja's hand without hesitation, intending to separate their hands. He didn't expect Shunja to be so strong, even though he looked thin and weak. He wasn't affected by him at all. He looked at him coldly and put his arm around Ji-Yuchi's waist again in a show of force. "You!" Ji Yunhan was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. If it wasn't for his sister, he would have directly sent that shameless man flying with his fist. All right. You two, aren't you childish?" Ji-Yuchi hurriedly stepped forward and stood between the two people who were like fire and water. She was deeply worried. Ahan seemed to hate Shunja very much. She didn't know how to persuade Ahan to accept Shunja. Ji Yunhan glared at Shunja and arrogantly raised his chin. "Let me tell you, if you want to be my sister's boyfriend, you have to go through me." Shunja was expressionless, and his voice was flat. Condition. The corners of Ji Yunhan's mouth curled into a cold sneer. "Beat me." Ji-Yuchi's mouth twitched. She almost knelt down in front of her brother. "Ahan, although your kung fu is very good, you are facing a super strong opponent. You have no chance of winning." Shunja raised his eyebrows. His eyes became interested, and his lips curled into a light smile. "All right, let's fight. All right, let's start now." Ji Yunhan was eager to give it a try. His eyes were shining with excitement. Ji-Yuchi hurriedly stretched out her arm to separate the two of them. Don't be rash. Let's sit down and talk. Big sister, the problems between men should be solved with fists. You should move aside a bit. It wouldn't be good if I hurt you. Ji Yunhan carelessly patted his chest and impatiently pushed her to the side. Ji Yuqi was speechless. Hey, brother, sister's really doing it for your own good. Shunja stroked Ji Yuqi's hair as if he was comforting a small animal. He said gently, "Don't worry, I will be merciful." Shunja, you are insulting my dignity as a man. I don't need you to be merciful. Ji Yunhan very domineeringly assumed a dual posture. That heroic and unrivaled aura that assaulted Ji Yuqi's senses gave her a bad premonition. The two of them stayed in the villa's training room for a long time. When the door opened, Ji Yuqi immediately rushed over. She thought that she would see Ji Yunhan being beaten up until he looked like a pig. She did not expect to see Shunja being beaten up until he looked like a pig. When did Ahan's martial arts become unparalleled? He actually defeated Shunja very quickly. The shock in her heart was covered by pity. Shunja had obviously been beaten up badly. His handsome face was red and swollen. She hurriedly stood on her tiptoes to check the injuries on his face. She did not hide the deep pain in her eyes as she anxiously asked Aze, "Aze, where is the medicine in your house? Please help me get it." "It's okay. It doesn't hurt." Shunja enjoyed her concern. He held her cold little hand, and the corners of his cold lips curled up slightly. His entire face softened. Although his face was full of scars, it did not affect his handsomeness at all. Instead, it added a bit of rough charm. "Shunja, you're really too much. I asked you to be merciful, not to be beaten up. Don't you know how to avoid it?" Ji Yuqi's heart ached as she smoothed the messy hair on his forehead to his face and wiped the sweat on his forehead with a tissue. "Sis, you're too much. You've forgotten about your younger brother now that you have a boyfriend. You don't even care about me." Ji Yunhan's face was gloomy as he clutched his chest. His chest was aching faintly. At this time, Ji Yunhan had already brought over the external wound spray. Ji Yuqi carefully sprayed the medicine on Shunja as she turned around to glare at Ji Yunhan. "Ahan, I haven't even scolded you yet. How can you be so heavy-handed? You've beaten him until his nose is bruised and his face is swollen. How's he going to go out and meet people?" Ji Yunhan glanced at Shunja's half-smile expression and was completely provoked. He jumped up 3 feet high and almost couldn't help but scream. Shunja, that fellow, was too shameless. He actually used the trick of injuring himself to gain sympathy. During the competition, Shunja kept putting his face in front of him. He didn't know what was going on, so he punched him a few times and left a lot of marks on his face. He didn't expect that Shunja would hit his chest and back every time. It was obviously very painful, but outsiders couldn't tell that he was injured. Ji Yunhan really wanted to expose Shunja, this shameless fellow's true colors. However, he couldn't because the two of them had made a verbal agreement before the competition. If you agree to a bet, you have to accept defeat. They can't slander each other. Shunja, this man was too black-bellied. Everything was calculated by him. Ji Yunhan was very angry, but other than anger, he also admired Shunja. He was very clear that Shunja had left some leeway during the competition. If Shunja really went all out, he would be a corpse now. This kind of strong and scheming man who loved his sister deeply should be able to protect his sister. Ji Yunhan's heart was sour and astringent. In the end, he still decided to reluctantly accept Shunja for the sake of his sister's happiness. In the dining room, the atmosphere was very strange. Shunja sat at the dining table with bruises on his face. Ji Yunhan sat on the other side expressionlessly. The two of them looked at each other, and it was as if they could hear the crackling of sparks in the air. Ji Yuqi sat in the middle of them. She looked at one and then looked at the other and helplessly said, "Tonight's meal was personally prepared by me. Can you guys give me some face and stop playing the game of flirting with each other?" "Humph." Ji Yunhan was the first to turn his face away. With a proud tone, he said, "Shunja, I can admit that you're my sister's boyfriend, but you have to promise me one thing first." Shunja's gaze was calm. "Say it." Ji Yunhan suddenly grinned sinisterly. From now on, you're only allowed to treat my elder sister well. You have to spoil her. You can't deceive her. You have to do everything you promise her. Every word you say to her has to be sincere. You're not allowed to lie to her or scold her. You have to care for her. When others bully her, you have to be the first to help her. When she's happy, you have to be with her. When she's unhappy, you have to make her happy. You have to always think that she's the most beautiful. You have to see her even in your dreams. Yuchi covered her face. Ahan, this is too much. She couldn't listen to him anymore. Shunja's gaze was focused. He listened to every word he said seriously. There was no expression on his face, but strangely, it made people feel that he was very serious and solemn. It was as if he was attending a sacred ceremony. After Ji Yun-han finished his last sentence, Shunja, who was a proud and rational man, unexpectedly turned to Ji Yuchi and held her fingers. He slowly said, "From now on, I will only love you and not lie to you. I will do everything I promise you. Every word I say to you is the truth. I won't bully you. I won't scold you. I believe in you. If anyone bullies you, I will be the first to help you. When you're happy, I will be with you. When you're unhappy, I will make you happy. I will always think that you're the most beautiful. I will dream of you, only in my dreams." Ji Yuchi should have found it funny that the two people closest to her said such a classic line from a movie as a vow. She really did find it funny. However, she couldn't help but tear up. Why did these two despicable guys do this for her? Her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist, and her heart was extremely sour. She really wanted to say something to let them understand how touched she was, but what came out was, "You two, stop messing around. If you continue, I'm really going to become a lion roaring from Hudo." Ji Yun-han laughed out loud. "Sister, you're obviously very touched. If you're touched, you should say it. If you don't say it, how would we know that you're touched?" Shinja didn't say anything and just naturally rubbed her soft hair. His deep eyes surged with a bright light as he stared at her attentively and affectionately. "Chi-Chi, vows aren't just for show. I will do it. I will love you for a lifetime and spoil you for a lifetime." The friendship between men was built very quickly. After just a fight and a meal, Ji Yun-han and Shunja were so close that they could put their arms around each other's shoulders. Ji Yun-han kept calling him brother-in-law and coaxing Shunja to give him his most treasured katana. Ji Yuchi pretended to be jealous and complained that Ji Yun-han changed sides too quickly. However, her heart was warm and sweet. It was getting late. The siblings should leave. Ji Yun-han cooperated very well to create a private space for the two of them. He took the lead and ran back to the car. Ji Yuchi hugged Shinja and stood on her tiptoes. She quickly kissed him on the lips and ran away quickly. Shunja touched his lips. His gaze followed the little girl. She ran away like a flustered little rabbit. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. His mellow voice was indescribably pleasant and moving. Awesome novel, Shinwoo 799. Chapter 841. Ji Yuchi had been in a good mood recently. The Yu family in Hancheng had indeed invested a large sum of money to save Gao Qiao Technology. The acquisition plan between Gao Qiao Technology and Wanqing Entertainment had been restarted, and the share price had started to rise. Everything was developing in the direction she had predicted. The 5 million shares she had bought had risen to 8 million. Most importantly, she now held 10% of Gao Qiao Technology shares. Haha, this 10% was very important to Yulei, who was anxious to take control of Gao Qiao Technology. Also, Chen Tingfang was heartbroken because of the rise in the share price. She was full of regret and looked constipated every day, as if someone owed her millions. If Ji Yuchi saw this, she would be in a good mood. "Yuchi, where do you plan to go during the May Day holiday?" Just as Ji Yuchi's thoughts were running wild, a handsome figure approached her and said this out of the blue. Ji Yuchi was shocked by the sudden voice. She turned her head and looked at Tang Feng, who was smiling gently. She blinked in confusion. Tang Feng, the little girl in front of him, was obviously shocked by him. Her charming eyes were wide open, and her pink lips were slightly parted. She was as obedient and cute as a kitten. Tang Feng had the urge to ruffle her hair. His actions were faster than his thoughts. His hand had already landed on her soft hair, and he rubbed it gently. The smile on his thin lips deepened. Chi-Chi, do you have any plans for the May Day holiday? Ji-Yuchi then realized that the May Day holiday was here. In this year, the May Day holiday was a 7-day holiday. She pursed her lips and avoided his hand without batting an eyelid. She smiled politely. No plans yet. Her smile was distant, and it made Tang Feng feel uncomfortable. He couldn't help but take a step forward and get closer to her. He said gently, May is the best time to watch birds. How about we go to Qinghai Lake to watch birds? I remember that you liked small animals the most when you were young. Once, Grandpa Su gave you a thrush, and you treasured it so much. Later on, the thrush died, and you were sad for a long time. Under the sunlight, his handsome face was shrouded in a halo, and it looked very unreal. Ji-Yuchi's smile faded, and she said softly, So you still remember what happened when you were young? It was a short sentence, but it made Tang Feng's heart ache. He finally knew what he had lost. He had lost a woman who was his childhood sweetheart. He had lost the girl who loved him the most. Caught off guard, he hugged her tightly and said hoarse, Chi-Chi, I'm sorry. Let's start over. I'll be good to you. It's already too late, big brother Tang Feng. Ji-Yuchi quietly allowed him to hug her. She was neither happy nor angry. She was like a wooden doll that was completely under his control. It was this kind of indifference that made Tang Feng panic. He didn't want to become a stranger in her eyes. He hugged her even tighter until his arms were sore. Chi-Chi, let's get married after we graduate. Ji-Yuchi was helpless. Why do men only know how to cherish something after they lose it? Tang Feng, don't you think it's too late? No one will wait for you in the same place. I won't either. Don't tie me down with a marriage contract anymore. It's useless. As if he had been hit by a sharp sword, his heart ached. Tang Feng really wanted to imprison her by his side. She belonged to him since she was 3 years old. Whether she loved him or not, she could only be by his side. Let go of her, you bastard. She won't marry you, and she won't go to Qinghai to see birds with you. With this reproach, a strong wind with anger attacked Tang Feng fiercely. Tang Feng had been in the army for 2 years and had undergone rigorous training. His sensitivity and reaction were so fast that he could almost hear the wind brought by the fist. He held Ji-Yuchi in his arms and quickly dodged, barely avoiding Gu Fifen's angry punch. At this time, Gu Fifen was like an angry lion, without the laziness and elegance of the past. He attacked Tang Feng again after failing to hit him. Ji-Yuchi was held by Tang Feng to dodge. She couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, Well, you two stop. Walala, 2 leaves fell from a nearby tree, and the surroundings were silent for a moment. Miraculously, the 2 men actually stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Ji-Yuchi at the same time. Ji-Yuchi pushed Tang Feng away and took a few steps forward, standing right in front of the 2 men. Her white cheeks were dyed with a thin layer of red from anger. She glared at the 2 men and said angrily, You two, how old are you and you're still fighting? Aren't you childish? The proud young Master Tang Feng was scolded by a woman for the first time, but he didn't feel the slightest bit unhappy. Instead, he felt warm in his heart. He restrained his fierce aura and smiled. Chi-Chi, you still care about me. Ji-Yuchi's face darkened. She really didn't understand how the narcissistic young master came to such a strange conclusion. Gu Fifen's elegant foxy eyes slightly raised, and he snorted. Chi-Chi is now my woman. Tang Feng, don't pester her in the future. Ji-Yuchi's face darkened even more. When did she become young Master Gu's woman? How come she didn't know? Hey, you're too presumptuous. Gu Fifen, remember this clearly. Chi-Chi is my fiancée. We're a couple. Tang Feng, you've been abandoned by Chi-Chi. Don't make a fool of yourself, okay? The 2 men glared at each other. Their eyes met, and sparks flew everywhere. Ji-Yuchi face-bombed. These 2 people were really hopelessly childish. Tang Feng and Gu Fifen were at each other's throats. One mocked the other, and the other laughed at the other. Unknowingly, a circle of people surrounded them to watch a good show. The chatter and laughter interrupted their 2-person world. Only then did they realize that they were surrounded by people like monkeys, and the woman they were fighting over had long disappeared without a trace. The two of them immediately felt that they had lost all face. They had been toyed with by that little girl. However, both of them were experts at showing off. It was as if the nonsensical scolding just now was just an illusion. The two of them were calm and composed. They chatted as they squeezed out of the crowd, leaving the crowd with a pair of tallbacks. Ji-Yuchi opened the car door. Just as she was about to get into the car, an arm stopped her. The tall and straight body blocked the sunlight in front of her. She narrowed her eyes and looked up. Suddenly, a pair of dark and deep eyes barged into her. Her eyebrows curved, and she smiled sweetly. "Shenja, why are you here?" After only one night, the injuries on his face had miraculously healed by more than half. There were only a few faint scratches left, which didn't affect his handsome and elegant appearance at all. His thin lips were pursed tightly, and his whole body exuded a cold aura, as if he was trying his best to endure something. He was silent. He took the car keys from her hand and locked her car again. Then, he took her hand and led her to a silver Bentley. "Shinja, what's wrong with you?" Sitting in the front passenger seat of the Bentley, Ji-Yuchi turned to look at the man who was throwing a tantrum with a dark face. Shinja's hawk-like sharp eyes stared at her delicate cheeks. He snorted coldly. His voice was low and suppressed his anger. "Tang Feng and Gu Fifan fought because of you?" Ji-Yuchi's heart thumped. She was well aware of this man's strong possessiveness. Her face was filled with a fawning smile. She placed her slender fingers on his arm and shook it gently. "Are you angry? It's their business that they fought. I don't care at all. Really." Her soft voice was like glutinous rice paste, sweet and soft. It was obviously very ordinary words, but in his ears there was a hint of coquettishness. He was very pleased, but his expression was still ugly. He said stiffly, "Tang Feng hugged you. The *M in it." If it weren't for her reputation and the fact that they couldn't disclose their relationship, he would have rushed out and beaten Tang Feng up. Ji-Yuchi was embarrassed. She didn't have time to dodge when Tang Feng suddenly hugged her. She reached out and hugged the jealous man. She rubbed her head against his chest and said softly, "I only treat him as an older brother. Don't be angry." Shinja didn't say anything and suddenly took off her clothes. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed and scrambled to save her clothes. However, Shinja was stronger than her. He quickly peeled off her little cardigan and threw it into the back seat. His gaze moved up and down her fair arms and neck. He raised the corners of his lips in satisfaction. "Throw away the things he touched." Ji-Yuchi glared at him angrily. "How can you do this? What if I'm only wearing a dress today?" Luckily, she was wearing a spaghetti strap dress with a little cardigan on the outside. Otherwise, she would have to run around naked. Shinja brushed her hair behind her shoulder, revealing her delicate collarbone. His slender fingers lingered on her smooth skin as he chuckled. "If that's the case, I don't mind seeing you naked." Of course, only he could see it. Ji-Yuchi's face turned red. She glared at him fiercely and slapped his hand away. She said angrily, "If you dare to do that, I'll—" She suddenly couldn't continue. She actually wanted to threaten him by saying break up, but when she thought of that word, she panicked and swallowed it back down. "You'll what?" Shinja stared at her puffy face with a burning gaze. He couldn't help but poke it with his finger like a mischievous child. His eyes were shining brightly. Ji-Yuchi suddenly turned her head and bit his fingertip. She threatened him fiercely. "If you dare to do that, I'll bite you." "Umph." Feeling the warmth and softness on his fingertips, Shinja's expression became strange. His eyes gradually became deep and dark. It was unknown what he was thinking, but the tip of his ears was dyed with a layer of crimson. He was actually shy. Ji-Yuchi let go of his finger and giggled. She cupped his face with both hands and looked at him carefully. She teased, "Eldest young master, so you know how to be shy too." "Shinja, you're so cute when you're shy. You're not allowed to laugh at me." Shinja squeezed these words out from between his teeth. He then quickly lowered his head and blocked the little girl's laughter with his mouth. Come and see. Songshu 566. Chapter 842. After a long while, Shunjo let go of Ji Yuchi and rested his head on her neck. His voice was low and hoarse. "You're not allowed to hug other men in the future." As he spoke, his lips brushed against her skin. It felt ticklish. She resisted the strange feeling in her heart and bit her lip. She answered softly, "Okay, I won't let them hug me. You're not allowed to touch other people's faces either." His tone sounded like he was gritting his teeth. "I won't touch your face. I won't touch your face." She tried her best to appease him. "You're not allowed to hold my hand either." "Okay, no, absolutely not. Ahan and Lin Yushi are not allowed either. It doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman." Hey, Ji Yuchi felt a little helpless. Isn't this range a little too broad? He looked up and glared at her. "You have a problem with that?" Ji Yuchi quickly shook her head. "No problem, no problem. I'll listen to you." Shunja patted her head in satisfaction. "Good girl." Ji Yuchi's heart was filled with bitter tears. Indeed, women were worthless after they fell in love. Where did the Shunja who used to let her do everything, pamper her, and act cute from time to time go? "Give him back to me." 2 hours later, Ji Yuchi woke up in a luxurious private jet. She turned her head to look at the man beside her. Shunja was wearing a pair of anti-radiation glasses on his nose. His cold and handsome face looked more elegant under the glasses. He bent his head slightly and browsed through some documents on his tablet computer. As if he felt her gaze, he looked up at her. His dark eyes were filled with gentleness and warmth. The corners of his lips curled up naturally. "You're awake?" Ji Yuchi responded with an and leaned her head on his shoulder naturally. He casually put the tablet computer aside and adjusted his position so that she could lean more comfortably. He then helped her pull up the blanket covering her legs and kissed her hair. "We'll be there in about an hour. Are you tired?" "I'm not tired." Ji Yuchi was surprised. He had brought her from school to the airport. After boarding the plane, she had been sleepy. She had leaned on him and slept for more than half an hour. Only now did she remember that she had not informed her father of her whereabouts. Her father and Ahan should be worried. "What are you thinking about?" He ruffled her hair. Ji Yuchi frowned in distress and pouted. "I don't know how to tell my dad. It's all your fault for suddenly taking me away." Actually, she should be blamed for being mesmerized by his kiss. She actually ran to the airport with Gigai and boarded a private jet to Jiangnan without considering the consequences. Her coquettish tone pleased Shunja. He chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry. Before I went to pick you up, I had already asked Ahan to lie to Uncle and say that you went on a trip with your good friend. When the plane lands, you can call home to reassure your uncle." Ji Yuchi's mouth twitched. "You actually convinced Ahan to commit a crime with you. I'm his brother-in-law. Of course, he has to listen to me." Shunja lifted her delicate chin with his slender fingers and kissed her rosy lips in satisfaction. His thin lips were close to hers as he whispered, "This is our first trip. Don't think about anything else." This was the first trip for both of them, a very meaningful trip, because Shunja had taken her to Shui City. Shunja's maternal grandfather lived in Shui City and was from a prestigious family here. Back then, Shunja's mother, Qin Yuelan, had insisted on marrying Shunja's father despite her family's opposition. From then on, Qin Yuelan had cut off all contact with her maternal family. Shunja also rarely contacted his maternal family. It was not until he was chased out of the country by Shan Jianhao that he found out that his maternal grandfather had been protecting him behind his back. Otherwise, he would have been killed long ago. In Shunja's heart, only his maternal grandfather's family was his true family. Therefore, after establishing a relationship with Yuchi, he wanted to bring her home and formally introduce her to his family. It was already past 7 when they got off the plane. The neon lights were twinkling and the night view was mesmerizing. Ji Yuchi called home and lied that she was going overseas with her friends. Ji Bowen didn't suspect anything and reminded her to be careful. Shunja didn't tell anyone about this trip. Even his secretary thought that he was going overseas for a business trip. From the moment he got off the plane, he turned off his phone and computer and started spending time with her. Outside the airport, a luxury car had been waiting for a long time. A handsome man in a suit bowed respectfully to the two of them. Young Master Yin, Miss Ji, welcome home. Shunja patted the man's shoulder. Long time no see, Ah Wu. Ah Wu immediately broke into a smile and opened the car door. With one hand guarding the door, he made a polite gesture with the other. Young Master Yin, Miss Ji, please get in. Thank you. Ji Yuqi smiled politely. The car started and quickly drove into the beautiful night. When Ji Yuqi held Shunja's hand and got out of the car, she was shocked. It wasn't that she hadn't seen a mansion before, but it was the first time she had seen such a unique mansion. The Qin family was indeed a prestigious family in Shuicheng. From the long history of this mansion, it could be seen that the Qin family's mansion was simply a garden. 2 lanterns hung under the high eaves. Stepping over the weather-beaten threshold, what greeted her eyes were pavilions, terraces, and water pavilions. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, and every water here blended naturally with the buildings in the garden. Walking along the long corridor and walking on the small bridge over the flowing water, Ji Yuqi's heart calmed down. It was as if she had traveled through time and arrived in an ancient era. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Shunja under the candlelight. His handsome face was enveloped in a gentle halo. His eyes met hers, and they were dazzling and intoxicating. He held her hand and whispered softly, "Don't be afraid. Grandfather and grandmother are very kind people." She smiled. Under the candlelight, her smile was warm and bright. "I'm not afraid because you're here. Shunja, as long as you're by my side, no matter what difficulties there are, I'm not afraid." The servant led them to the hall. In the antique hall, 2 old men were sitting in the main seats. One was Shunja's grandfather, the patriarch of the Qin family, Qin Tianyu. Although his hair was gray, he was hale and hearty, and his eyes were bright. Since Ji Yuqi entered the door, his shrewd and wise eyes stayed on her for a moment, as if he was examining something. The other was Shunja's grandmother, the wife of the patriarch, Lin Shuxiu. Perhaps because she had taken good care of herself, she had black hair and the wrinkles on her cheeks were not very deep. Her gentle eyes flashed with a kind light as she looked at Shunja and Ji Yuqi with a smile. In front of the 2 old men, there were several middle-aged men and several middle-aged noble women sitting on the left and right. Ji Yuqi guessed that they were Shunja's uncles and aunts. Shunja's handsome face revealed a gentle smile. He first greeted the 2 old men, then turned to the elders sitting on the 2 sides and greeted them one by one, confirming Ji Yuqi's guess. They were indeed his uncles and aunts. After greeting them, Shunja held Ji Yuqi's hand tightly and said warmly, "Grandfather, grandmother, uncles and aunts, this is my fiancée, Ji Yuqi." Ji Yuqi stood beside him openly. She was not timid because of the big show of extravagance, nor was she shy because Shunja was holding her hand in public. Her behavior was elegant, showing her good upbringing. She followed Shunja's greeting and politely greeted the elders. Her generous and decent behavior fell into the eyes of old Master Qin, and he couldn't help but nod inwardly. This little girl looked young, but she was very elegant. At first glance, he could tell that she was the daughter of a rich family. She was perfect for their Shunja. The other elders also nodded inwardly, and their gazes towards Ji Yuqi softened. Old Madame Qin waved her hand kindly and said with a smile, "Yuqi, come to grandmother." "Yes." Ji Yuqi responded obediently with a sweet smile on her face. She quickly walked towards old Madame. A servant had already moved a chair and placed it beside old Madame. She didn't refuse and sat down naturally to chat with old Madame. The benevolent-looking old Madame reminded Ji Yuqi of her grandmother. She couldn't help but feel a little closer to old Madame. When they chatted, she unconsciously revealed her true feelings. From time to time, she would make old Madame happy without appearing to flatter her, which made old Madame like her even more. On the other side, Shunja sat beside eldest uncle and chatted with old Master Qin and the other uncles. In front of outsiders, Shunja was cold, arrogant, and unapproachable. But in front of his relatives, he was like a child with high IQ. Although he often thought of some wonderful plans, he always revealed some childish emotions. For example, he would show an innocent expression when the old master patted his forehead lovingly. He would roll his eyes when his uncles mocked him for having facial paralysis. He would even show a pitiful expression that said, "Grandmother, you don't love me anymore," when the old madam put food in Jiyuchi's bowl, which made everyone laugh. This was the real Shunja. He longed for family affection. He loved his family deeply and was willing to use some poor acting skills to make them happy. Seeing Shunja like this, Jiyuchi felt both happy and inexplicably distressed. He had been alone for too long and wanted to get the warmth of a family. But the Shun family would not give him the slightest bit of warmth. She didn't know if old madam did it on purpose or not, but she didn't arrange a guest room for Jiyuchi. She wanted her to stay in Shunja's courtyard. Jiyuchi summoned up her courage to fight for a guest room. Old madam smiled and said, "Yuchi, I'll have to trouble you tonight. Tomorrow, grandmother will arrange a room for you." Jiyuchi had no choice but to follow Shunja to his place. The Qin family's garden was very large. Every young master and miss had their own independent courtyard. And Shunja, although he only spent a few years of his childhood here, he still had his own independent small courtyard named Exian Garden. Exian Garden had 3 rooms, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 study. Jiyuchi certainly couldn't sleep in the study. She hesitated whether to sleep on the sofa in the living room. Shunja had already taken her hand and led her into the bedroom. The antique decoration and a carved antique bed. Jiyuchi was dazed for a moment. She thought that she had walked into the shooting site of a period drama. Beauty novel Hongcha 866. Chapter 843. Shunja came out of the bathroom with a bath towel wrapped around his body and a towel in his hand to wipe his wet hair. Jiyuchi sat on the edge of the couch and played with her mobile phone seriously. She pretended not to see anything, but the tip of her ears quietly turned red. Especially when she heard his approaching footsteps, her heart beat faster. A big hand snatched the phone from her hand, and a low and pleasant voice floated from above her head. "It's getting late. Go to bed early." Jiyuchi glanced at the only bed in the room and didn't know what to do awkwardly. She suddenly bounced up from the couch. "I'll sleep on the couch. You sleep on the bed. I'll get a quilt." She hurriedly ran to the cabinet. There must be a spare quilt in there. Shunja glanced at her. "I'd better sleep on the couch. It's very cold at night in Shui City." That couch was specially used for summer lunch break. Although it was long enough, it wasn't wide enough. Shunja would definitely be aggrieved if he lay on it. Of course, Jiyuchi wouldn't let him sleep. After laying out the quilt, she lay down first, blinked her eyes, and said with a smile, "I'm already asleep. You can't snatch it from me." Shunja raised his eyebrows in amusement. What a rascal. Jiyuchi had thought that she would fall asleep quickly after a tiring day, but for some reason, she didn't feel sleepy at all. Instead, she became more and more awake as she stared at the dark ceiling. She was also worried that she would wake Shunja up if she tossed and turned on the bed, so she just lay straight and seriously counted the little sheep. She lay quietly. After an unknown period of time, her consciousness gradually became confused. She didn't know that a black shadow was approaching her. After her breathing became steady, the black shadow bent down and picked her up with the quilt. The little girl in his arms was curled up into a ball under the blankets, letting out light breathing sounds. Shunja's lips curved as he carefully placed her on the bed. He then laid down on the bed and gently pulled her into his arms. His movements were very careful, afraid that he would wake her up. The little girl unconsciously curled up in his arms. Her cheek gently rubbed against his chest like a confused kitten. She was so cute. Shunja's heart softened. He lowered his head and gently planted a kiss on her forehead. That night, Jiyuchi slept very soundly. When she woke up, the sun was already shining on the window. She opened her sleepy eyes, and the first thing she saw was a handsome face. Her pupils constricted, and she was obviously shocked. She wanted to escape from his embrace, but a large hand clasped her waist, making it impossible for her to escape. Even the slightest movement woke Shunja up in an instant. He suddenly opened his eyes. His dark eyes carried a bit of fierceness, but in an instant, they turned into the familiar gentleness she was familiar with. It was as if the moment just now was just an illusion. Ji felt a little stifled in her heart. What kind of environment did he live in for him to develop the habit of being vigilant even when he was asleep? The awkwardness in her heart dissipated. She smiled and greeted him. "Good morning." "Good morning." His voice had a unique hoarseness in the morning. His slightly rough fingers caressed her cheeks, and his face was serious. "You climbed up on your own last night." Ji felt as if she had been struck by lightning. When did I have the problem of sleepwalking? She had always thought that he was the one who carried her up. Was it really her wishful thinking? Shunja ruffled her hair and said gently, "It's okay. I don't mind at all." But she did mind. His expression became serious again. "I'm very worried about your problem of sleepwalking, so we'll sleep together in the future." Sleep. In. 1. Up. That was his real goal. The little girl in front of him stared at him with her eyes wide open. Her expression was full of suspicion, and her gaze was full of distrust. She was so cute that she looked like an angry puppy. Shinja couldn't help but ruffle her hair again. His expression became more serious, as if they were discussing a profound academic problem. "This is for your own good. If you sleepwalk to a dangerous place, I can bring you back in time." The suspicion in Ji eyes deepened. Suddenly, she blinked and grabbed his arm timidly. Her voice was soft and soft. "Shunja, you said before that you won't lie to me." Shunja's fake serious expression cracked. The corners of his mouth twitched and his voice was dry. "Okay, I admit it. I carried you up." Ji hugged his neck and buried her head in his chest to hide the smile on her face. Her voice was indescribably pitiful and weak. "You lied to me." Shunja hugged her back stiffly and coughed awkwardly. "I've asked Aze. This isn't considered lying. It's just a little fun between lovers." Ji secretly gritted her teeth. "Aze, just you wait." In a certain guest room, Aze sneezed out of nowhere. He rubbed his nose expressionlessly. Strange, who was scolding him? Shunja was depressed. He could have abducted Chi into his arms, but he didn't expect Chi to be so smart. It was a pity that his heroic image was ruined. The next day, Ji followed Shunja to visit relatives and friends. Only then did she realize that the Qin family was a very big family. There were third granduncle, third grandaunt, seventh granduncle, eldest uncle, and a bunch of cousins. There were so many relatives that Ji was dazzled. Fortunately, her memory was good enough. After meeting Shunja once, she could call out their names correctly the second time she met them. Otherwise, she would have made a fool of herself. However, she didn't know that everyone in the Qin family saw her being so generous and at ease. Otherwise, they wouldn't have held such a grand welcome banquet for a junior. At the banquet, Shunja was very considerate to Ji. His cousins deliberately teased him and kept toasting him, but Shunja stopped them all. The youngest one, Qin Yen'er, was only 7 years old. She was innocent and lovely and was the little princess of the Qin family. Seeing that handsome cousin Yen loved sister Yuchi so much, she said in a clear voice, "I will find a husband who loves me as much as cousin Yen does." Shunja's beautiful face looked a bit unnatural. Ji chuckled, and so did the others. Qin Yen'er's second cousin, Qin Yao, was 10 years old and looked very cute. He glanced at Qin Yen'er with disdain and snorted. "You haven't even grown your teeth yet, and you're already thinking about your husband. Shame on you." Qin Yen'er made a face and said in a childish voice, "He's still better than cousin Yen. I saw him holding a girl's hand a few days ago." The two children bickered as if no one else was around, and everyone laughed even harder. Shunja couldn't help but smile and held Ji hand under the table. Ji secretly held his hand back. In the laughter, their hearts were getting closer and closer. In the end, Shunja drank too much. He was forced to drink by his unscrupulous cousins. Ji felt sorry for him, but there was nothing she could do. She knew that this was a unique way for men to communicate their feelings. With Aze's help, Jiyuchi helped Shunja back to Exion Garden. She originally planned to sleep in the guest room tonight, but a certain black-bellied man didn't stop when he was drunk. He kept holding her hand and wouldn't let go, so she had to stay. Jiyuchi helped him lie down, and he leaned against the pillow. The collar of his shirt was pulled open, revealing a large area of his sturdy chest. His pitch-black eyes flashed with a strange light. Chi-Chi. His voice was mellow and nasal, with a hint of coquettishness. Jiyuchi wiped his face with a wet towel and asked softly, "Where do you feel uncomfortable? Do you have a headache?" He leaned against the pillow and smiled innocently. "Chi-Chi, what's wrong?" She was very patient, gently wiping his cheeks, his chin, and then down his neck. "Chi-Chi." He was still smiling innocently. His eyes were shining, and he looked very beautiful. Jiyuchi paused and smiled bitterly. It turned out that someone was drunk. While she was wiping his body, the drunk man kept whispering her name in her ear. Those two words rolled out from the tip of his tongue with endless affection. It was so gentle that it made her heart tremble. After wiping his body, she got up and planned to put the towel back in the bathroom. Shunja grabbed her hand and pulled her into his arms. He hugged her waist and buried his furry head in her neck. His hot breath sprayed on her skin, and his hoarse voice was muffled. "You're not allowed to leave." "Okay, I won't leave." Jiyuchi was defeated by him. She threw the towel into the basin and rubbed his hair. She said softly, "Sleep. You'll feel better when you wake up." Shunja grunted softly and hugged her tightly. He held her waist with one hand and stroked her hair gently with the other. He murmured dreamily, "Good baby, sleep." Jiyuchi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she was coaxed like a child by a certain someone. She struggled, but didn't manage to break free. Instead, it made a certain someone even more gentle. She could only stop and lay Gigai on his chest. Smelling the faint scent of alcohol on his body and listening to his strong heartbeat, Jiyuchi fell asleep unknowingly. In the middle of the night, Shunja suddenly opened his eyes when he heard the steady breathing of the person in his arms. The confusion in his eyes had disappeared. His burning gaze looked at the peaceful, sleeping face of the person in his arms, and his eyes were full of love. When she woke up the next day, Jiyuchi was still lying on Shunja's chest in the same position as last night. She didn't know when he woke up, but his burning gaze fell on her body, almost roasting her. She shifted her body awkwardly. He suddenly hugged her and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't move." She acutely felt that something was pressing against her waist. She wasn't a young girl who was inexperienced, so of course she knew what it was. She was shy and annoyed, so she glared at him unhappily. His jade-like cheeks were dyed with an unnatural red, but his tone was serious. "You can't blame me. It's all its fault." Jiyuchi was angry and amused. She pushed his hand away, got up from his body as quickly as possible, and jumped off the ground. Shunja glanced in distress at a certain place that didn't live up to his expectations, then glanced in distress at his little girl who had run away. He could only sigh deeply. Awesome novel Songshu 566. Chapter 844. The night market in Shui Town was very lively. There were many shops on both sides of the street, and there was a dazzling array of goods. In a not very wide river, a few black awning boats swayed. Lanterns reflected on the river, and the waves sparkled. Jiangnan folk songs floated in the night, and laughter sounded from time to time. A young man and a young woman walked from the end of the Bluestone Alley. The woman was charming, holding the man's arm, and from time to time, she let out a crisp and pleasant laughter. The man was handsome, tall, and straight. His eyebrows were gentle, and he stared at the woman attentively. He listened to her carefully and occasionally added a few words. Both of them were very good-looking. As they walked on the street, many people stole glances and admired them. Shunja felt the gazes of the people around him and couldn't help but frown. He was the only one who could appreciate his Chi-Chi. He held Jiyuchi's hand tightly. "Chi-Chi, it's too noisy here. Let's take another road." "Okay." Jiyuchi knew that he didn't like noise, so she had no objection. The two of them held hands and walked alone on the ancient bluestone road. There was no one else looking at them, and it was quiet and beautiful. Ji felt as if all the pores on her body had opened up. She breathed in fresh air, and what greeted her eyes was the enchanting night. Thinking that she was leaving tomorrow, she felt a little reluctant. Ji sat on the railing of the stone bridge. Her two slender legs swayed in front and back. Her fair and delicate ankles looked even fairer in the dim light. Shunja was worried that she would fall into the water, so he stood beside her. He put one hand on her waist and the other on the railing. His posture was casual and elegant, but he didn't lose the demeanor of a young master. Shunja, actually, I have a question to ask you. Ji suddenly turned to look at him. Her delicate face was quite solemn. Shunja's hand on her waist tightened, and she leaned into his arms. What's the question? Ji held his face with both hands and stared into his dark and bright eyes. She said slowly, Liang Yu is your man, right? Shunja laughed softly. His deep and slow voice was like the bass played by a cello. It was very pleasant to hear. His cold lips brushed against her cheek. Chi, you're so smart. Ji pouted and muttered angrily. You promised me that you wouldn't interfere, but you still sent Liang Yu to monitor my actions. Shunja ruffled her hair and coaxed softly. I'm not spying on you. I'm just asking Liang Yu to help you. Ji bit her lip and didn't speak. In fact, she was just a little angry when she first knew about it. Later, she guessed Shunja's painstaking efforts and was not angry anymore. Instead, she was very touched that he silently supported her behind her back. Chi, tell me, how did you know? He adjusted his position and hugged her from behind, letting her entire body lean into his embrace. Their faces were extremely close, so close that they could feel each other's breathing. Well, if Liang Yu was just a private detective, he didn't have to help me put on an act and set a trap for Qin Tingfang. Actually, after the incident with Ahan, I felt that he was too resourceful, so I became suspicious of his identity. After that, I tested his bottom line until he was willing to help me deceive Qin Tingfang. Then, I was sure that he was sent by you. She paused and said seriously, because only you would help me at all costs. Hearing her last sentence, Shunja was very surprised. It turned out that in Chi-Chi's heart, he was so trustworthy. He suddenly carried her down from the railing and kissed her lips eagerly and excitedly. The two of them stood on the stone bridge, gentle and affectionate. The water gurgled under their feet, and the time was quiet and beautiful. But this kind of beauty was quickly broken by a teasing male voice. Fairy sister, are we going to your place tonight, or are we going to mine? A series of crisp footsteps followed. Under the moonlight, a beautiful woman wearing a black tight dress and high heels swayed her graceful waist. Beside her, a young and handsome man was following her step by step. The man's burning gaze followed the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman was holding a lady's cigar between her fingers. Her chin was slightly raised, and her rosy red lips slightly opened, blowing out a smoke ring. Her voice was soft and seductive. Little brother, I'm not interested tonight. You should go find someone else. The man unwillingly grabbed her arm. Sister, are you going to find our way? I saw you dancing together last night. The beautiful woman impatiently raised her eyebrows and pushed the man's fingers away. She lazily said, Mister, do you need me to remind you that we only had a one-night relationship? After dawn, we have nothing to do with each other. Now, I don't know you. Please move aside. The beautiful woman seemed to be very flirtatious, but in fact, she was the most cold-hearted. She no longer paid attention to the young man who had been following her around and slowly walked across the stone bridge in her high heels. When she passed by Shunja, she seemed to inadvertently glance at his handsome figure, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of interest. Only when the footsteps were far away did Ji-Yuchi's tense body relax. She raised her head from Shunja's arms with a complicated expression. Guess who I saw? Shunja raised his eyebrows and said with a normal expression, Your little aunt, Ji Wanhua. He had investigated the Ji family before. Although he had only glanced at Ji Wanhua's photo, He had an excellent memory and would never forget her appearance. Ji Yuqi nodded with mixed feelings. Ji Wanhua was dressed so coquettishly and seductively. Compared to her noble and elegant self, they were like two different people. Even a fool could guess what she had done. She didn't expect that she had gone on a trip to indulge herself. This woman is two-faced. She might be harboring evil intentions. You should be careful of her. Shun Zhi gently reminded her. Yes, I know. It's getting late. Let's go back, lest the elders worry. Ji Yuqi held his hand and smiled. The two of them held hands and leisurely walked home. When they passed by the new street, they saw a wedding dress shop. Through the window, she saw the beautiful wedding dress on the model. Ji Yuqi couldn't help but sigh. It's so beautiful. Shun's lips curved and his eyes were full of smiles. If you like it, you can put on the wedding dress tomorrow. Hey, are you trying to trick me into marrying you? Ji Yuqi smiled and punched him on the arm. Shunja held her fist and the smile on his lips deepened. He joked, "You're so smart. Even if I want to trick you into marrying me, I wouldn't be able to do it. You should be happy to have such a smart and beautiful girlfriend like me." Ji Yuqi winked playfully. Shunja pretended to pinch her nose. She laughed and ran away. Inadvertently, she saw the beautiful wedding dress in the window again. Some scenes from her previous life rushed into her mind and made her dizzy. She stood stiffly on the spot, and the smile on her face gradually faded. What's wrong? Shunja's heart tightened, and he pulled the young woman into his arms. He spoke quickly. Are you feeling unwell? Ji Yuqi bit her lip and slowly smiled. It's nothing. I just thought a story. Shunja's eyes were deep as he stared at her face. There was some doubt in his expression. Are you really okay? I'm really okay. Ji Yuqi smiled. Shunja, let me tell you the story. Without waiting for him to answer, she had already started the story. Her clear voice sounded inexplicably cold in the silent night. Once upon a time, there was a rich Mississippi. She fell in love with a boy from a poor family. In order to marry the boy, the girl cut off all ties with her family. The girl always had a wish to wear a beautiful wedding dress for the person she loved. However, their financial conditions did not allow for it. So, she always hid it from the boy and secretly went to the bridal shop to see the wedding dress she liked. Finally, one day the boy found out. The boy smashed the glass window and stole the wedding dress. He lied to the girl and said that he had borrowed the wedding dress. After the wedding, he planned to return the wedding dress to the bridal shop. However, he was caught by the police and spent half a year in jail. The girl waited for the boy, and in the end, they lived a happy life. After telling the story, Ji Yuqi looked at Shunja and said with a smile, "Isn't the story very touching?" There was a smile on her face, but her heart was bitter. In fact, this story was told to her by Jiang Tianhao in her previous life. At the time, they were also standing outside the bridal shop. Jiang Tianhao said, "Yuqi, I won't be as silly as the boy in the story. I want the girl I love to live a rich life. I will use the money I earned to buy her a beautiful wedding dress. Yuqi, will you marry me?" At the time, he was kneeling on one knee in front of her with an exquisite diamond ring in his hand. Ji Yuqi covered her mouth in disbelief. She was stunned on the spot. He smiled and put the ring on her finger. As Ji Yuqi recalled the past, her heart was filled with mixed feelings. Just as she was in a daze, she suddenly heard a loud bang. She saw a brick flying at the bridal shop's display window at the speed of a rocket. Ji Yuqi blinked. Before she could react, Shunja had already grabbed her wrist and said unhurriedly, "Chi-Chi, wait for me. I'll go get the wedding dress." She turned her head stiffly and glanced at the display window that had a big hole in it. If she wasn't mistaken, there were two female shop assistants looking at them in horror as though they had seen terrorists. Then she turned her head to look at Shunja. She held her forehead as though she was having a headache. "Eldest young master Shun, may I ask what you mean by picking up a brick and smashing it at someone's display window?" Shunja frowned. "Don't you like that wedding dress? I'll help you snatch it." "Eldest young master, I didn't tell you that story because I wanted you to learn from that boy and steal or snatch the wedding dress. It was purely a story, dear." Shunja's frown deepened. It was so deep that it could almost squash a fly. Don't you think it's very romantic? He remembered that in romance novels, women liked romance and liked men to do surprising things for them. Could it be that smashing the display window wasn't enough? Awesome novel. Shinwoo 7.99. Chapter 845. If Ji Yuchi knew what he was thinking, Ji Yuchi would definitely cover her face and cry bitterly. Young Master Shun, your EQ is so high that it's hard to look straight at you. She held his hand tightly with a pained expression. Don't say anything else. Let's hurry up and run. The shop assistant will call the police. With that said, she grabbed Shunja's hand and ran for her life under the shop assistant's horrified gaze. After running for 2 streets and seeing that no one was chasing after them, Ji Yuchi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Shunja, you're too cute. Why did you really smash it? Shunja turned his head away and didn't look at her. He was very sad. Since he was young, no one had taught him how to get along with others or how to please girls. He had always been alone from home to abroad. If it weren't for Uncle Hong, he might have become autistic by now. The little girl's bell-like laughter was still echoing in his ears. Shunja's handsome face had an unnatural expression. Ji Yuchi saw that he was silent for a long time and knew that things were bad. The arrogant man was angry. She quickly threw herself into his arms and wrapped her arms around his waist. She raised her chin and smiled with narrowed eyes. Her voice was soft and sweet. Shunja, are you angry? Although it's not good to smash the shop window, I'm quite happy. No one has ever done such a bold thing for me. I'm very happy. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes were full of a charming smile. Her eyes were watery, just like a coquettish puppy. The depression in Shunja's heart dissipated in an instant. His tensed lips relaxed, and he snorted proudly. You were mocking me just now. No, I just thought that it was very fun. Oh, so the high and mighty young Master Shun would do such a thing for me. I'm really happy. Ji Yuchi shamelessly flattered Shunja and tried her best to appease a certain someone. A smile flashed across Shunja's eyes, but his voice was still cold. Really? Ji Yuchi quickly nodded. Really? Shunja raised his chin proudly. I need to prove it. All right, I'll prove it. Ji Yuchi tiptoed and kissed him on the lips. Just as she was about to leave, she was pulled into his arms and kissed fiercely. After a long while, Shunja leaned against her neck and said in a low and hoarse voice, I'll ask Aze will send the compensation to the bridal shop. Ji Yuchi's legs. She was like a little kitten. She couldn't hide the smile on her face. Such an adorable man was hers, and no one could take him away from her. He was her. Such an adorable man was hers. No one could take such an adorable man. The next day, everyone in the Chin family was very reluctant to see her leave. Old Madam gave Ji Yuchi a pair of emerald bracelets, saying that it was a meeting gift for her granddaughter-in-law. Yuchi was so embarrassed that her cheeks were red. Her uncles and aunts also gave her many gifts. Ji Yuchi accepted all of them graciously. She wasn't petty at all. When the two of them arrived in Ing City, Shunja had to rush back to the company for important business matters. He asked Aze to send Yuchi home. Yuchi leaned against the back seat and turned on her phone. She saw several messages. Most of them were from Jiang Tianhao. He asked her where she had gone and why she had turned off her phone. He even asked her out to have fun. Ji Yuchi curled her lips mockingly. She knew that Jiang Tianhao must be looking for her because of work matters. She replied with a message. Senior, I went out of town with a few friends a few days ago. It wasn't convenient for me to turn on my phone. Soon, Jiang Tianhao called. His voice was filled with concern. Yuchi, you didn't turn on your phone for the past few days. I thought something had happened to you. I was so worried. Ji Yuchi said gently. It's okay. I'm fine. Senior, have you thought about which company you want to go to? Jiang Tianhao wasn't in a hurry to answer. Yuchi, are you free today? I have 2 tickets for a concert. How about we go to the concert? Ji Yuchi hesitated for a moment before saying, I'm sorry, Senior. I just came back from out of town today. I'm too tired and don't feel like going out. You should ask Zissou to go with you. If you've chosen a company, I'll try to talk to my dad about it today. Hearing this, Jiang Tianhao felt a little touched. He thought that Yuchi definitely didn't want to be misunderstood by Zissou. That was why she didn't want to go out with him. Yuchi was really a good girl. She always thought of him. Thinking of this, his voice became even gentler. Yuchi, I understand your feelings. I definitely won't let you down. He said a lot of words to show his loyalty. He was completely unaware that Yuchi was almost disgusted by him on the other side. It wasn't until Yuchi lost her patience and wanted to interrupt him that he said that he had already chosen a company. Dongfang Real Estate. This was the company that Jiang Tianhao had chosen. Jiang Tianhao majored in architectural design and minored in business administration. It was no wonder that he chose Dongfang Real Estate. Firstly, it was very compatible with his major. Secondly, Dongfang Real Estate was a famous real estate company in Ing City and even in the country. Yuchi's lips curled into a strange smile. Very few people knew that the boss of Dongfang Real Estate, Wang Tonghai, was a retired soldier. This soldier was the adjutant under her grandfather, Su Zhengheng. When he retired from the military and went into business, her grandfather was very reluctant to let him go. However, in the end, he still gave him a helping hand and established a firm foothold in Ing City. These things happened before Yuchi was born. Of course, she didn't know about it. However, as her grandfather's bodyguard, Zhao Yao was very clear about it. Furthermore, Zhao Yao and Wang Tonghai had a good relationship. Even now, the two of them still kept in contact. Yuchi's eyes curved into crescents. She decided that she would go to Grandpa Zhao's place this afternoon and ask for his help. Not only would she let Jiang Tianhao enter Dongfang Real Estate, she would also let him receive special treatment. When the car arrived at Yuchi's villa, the scene of Yuchi alighting from the car was coincidentally witnessed by Chen Tingfang, who was on the second floor. She saw that the car that sent Yuchi home was a silver Bentley. This kind of luxury car was definitely not something that ordinary people could afford. Could this little B** TCH have hooked up with some rich man's son? Chen Tingfang gritted her teeth in hatred. Her own daughter had to marry a poor man, but this B** TCH had hooked up with a rich man. How could she not be angry? What was worse was that when she thought about how she had lost more than half of her savings, she became even angrier. Today, Mrs. Li invited her to play mahjong, but she wasn't in the mood to go. If she was unlucky and lost money, it would be even worse. It was better to walk around the mall with Mrs. Chun and relax. Mom! Yi Zissou walked to Chen Tingfang with her phone in her hand. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed. Mom, have you contacted Dad recently? I called his phone, but it's been turned off. I wanted to ask him out and meet Tianhao. Chen Tingfang raised her eyebrows indifferently. What else could he be doing? He must be fooling around with someone again. Yi Zissou pouted. That's not right, Mom. I haven't been able to contact Dad for more than a month. He never disappears for so long. More than a month. Something flashed through Chen Tingfang's mind, and her eyes widened. Right? More than a month ago, Yi Zhaoxian sent her a letter and asked her to meet him at a hotel. He also said that their affair had been discovered by Su Yanqing. She happened to be going to the airport to pick up Ji Wanhua that day, so she had no choice but to cancel the appointment. After that, she was so focused on her stocks that she wasn't in the mood to contact Yi Zhaoxian. Could it be that something had happened to him? At the thought of this possibility, Chen Tingfang's temples suddenly throbbed. Although she hated Yi Zhaoxian for setting her up, they were still husband and wife and had some affection for each other. She suppressed the uneasiness in her heart and hurriedly contacted Yi Zhaoxian. Whether it was calling home or his cell phone, no one answered. She called his friends, but they all said that they hadn't seen him in a long time and didn't know where he had gone. No news could possibly be the worst news. Chen Tingfang's heart trembled, and her legs turned to jelly. She fell on the chair and suspected that Yi Zhaoxian was no longer alive. Mom, don't worry. Maybe Dad really had something to do and went out of town, so he cut off contact with us. Yi Zissou saw that her mother's face was pale, and she didn't hide the fear in her eyes. She quickly sat beside her and comforted her. Chen Tingfang's heart was in a mess. She was afraid and worried. She connected the whole thing in her mind and sorted it out. The panic in her heart grew stronger and stronger. Something must have happened. Yi Zhaoxian, that bastard, something must have happened. Su Yanqing must have found out about their affair, so she took revenge on him. Su Yanqing was in an underground organization and was ruthless. If she wanted to take revenge on Yi Zhaoxian, she would definitely do it flawlessly. Yes, that woman Su Yanqing was vicious. Since she wanted revenge, she definitely wouldn't let her go. She realized this, and her face became more and more unsightly. She clenched her fingers tightly and gritted her teeth. Zissou, you have to be careful. I suspect that your father has provoked someone he shouldn't have. Be careful of those people who will cause trouble for us. Yi Zissou exclaimed. How could that be? Isn't Dad from the Black Flame sect? Who would dare to have any ideas about him? Chen Tingfang obviously couldn't tell her daughter that she had an affair with her father and that it had angered Su Yanqing. She frowned impatiently. I heard your father mention it before. In short, listen to me. Other than school, don't run around everywhere. Also, don't date Jiang Tianhao here and there. A rich miss like you running around with a man? What kind of joke is that? Her angry words made Yi Zissou feel a little uncomfortable in her heart. She complained in her heart that her mother was really too much. She was unhappy, so she vented her anger on her. Her father was also annoying. He didn't even tell her in advance that he was going far away, causing everyone to worry about him. Yi Zissou didn't know that the Yi Zhaoxian she was complaining about had already turned into a pile of bones. She thought that he had some matters to attend to and went out of town. Chen Tingfang, on the other hand, was not so optimistic. She believed that Yi Zhaoxian was dead. She was afraid that Su Yanqing would take revenge on her, so she did not even dare to leave the house. She rejected her friends' appointments and stayed at home every day. But in less than a week, she felt so bored that she had to spend a high price to hire a bodyguard to protect herself. Seeing the money in her little treasury disappear again, she frowned in pain. But there was no other way. This bodyguard was called Xie Bing, and he used to be a special forces soldier. He was tall and sturdy, and he had an honest face. He looked like he could confuse people and make people feel that he was not a threat. In fact, he had killed dozens of terrorists. Beauty novel Xinwu 799. Chapter 846. Chen Tingfang arranged for Xie Bing to be the Ji family chauffeur. That way, he would be able to protect her when she went out, which made her feel much more at ease. She thought that her plan was flawless, but in reality, Ji Yuqi had been watching her every move. Ji Yuqi quickly browsed through Xie Bing's information and chuckled. She was looking forward to seeing who would win between a special forces soldier and an underground organization's Mississippi. Yuqi, madam, just went out. I heard that she was playing golf with Mrs. Lin. Xiaorou came in and reported Chen Tingfang's whereabouts in detail. Ever since Shunjik sent Qing Sang and Lian Yu to help her, Ji Yuqi rarely asked Xiaorou to help her. After all, Xiaorou was just an ordinary person. If she was careless, she could get into trouble. She didn't want Xiaorou to get hurt, but Xiaorou still insisted on monitoring Chen Tingfang and her daughter, reporting their whereabouts to her from time to time. Ji Yuqi smiled. Thank you, Xiaorou. I'll make sure she has an unforgettable afternoon. In her previous life, she wouldn't let go of anyone who owed Ahan a life. Yi Zhaoxian had already repaid his debt. Now, it was Chen Tingfang's turn. After Xiaorou left, Qing Sing quietly appeared behind Ji Yuqi and said in a cold voice, Su Yanqing has her eyes on Chen Tingfang. She sent someone to follow Chen Tingfang today. I think she wants to make a move. Unfortunately, Xie Bing is there. Those guys are no match for Xie Bing. Ji Yuqi raised her eyebrows and smiled. Xie Bing is so powerful. Do you know him? Qing Seng nodded with an indifferent look on her face. I've fought with him before. He's good at martial arts. He's a famous sharpshooter. Chen Tingfang must be quite capable to hire him as her bodyguard. Ji Yuqi's smile deepened. Of course. After all, Chen Tingfang has a powerful cousin. Lu Jianfeng is a small boss in Hacheng and has some friendship with Xie Bing. Xie Bing only agreed to be Chen Tingfang's bodyguard because of Lu Jianfeng. A trace of doubt flashed through Qing Song's dark eyes. Isn't Wang Tong the leader of Han, Sheng? Ji Yuqi waved her hand. Hurry up and step down. Lu Jianfeng will soon become the leader. She narrowed her eyes. If she remembered correctly, half a year later, Wang Tong was pulled down and replaced by Lu Jianfeng. By the time she married Jiang Tianhao, Lu Jianfeng had already been promoted and became a hot new star. If Lu Jianfeng didn't care about Chun Tingfang's affairs, she would let it go. But if he insisted on intervening in the grievances between her and Chun Tingfang, she would never let him have an easy time. A trace of viciousness flashed across Ji Yuqi's eyes. Qing Sang took in her expression without batting an eyelid. She didn't hate her because of this. Instead, she admired her. She was different from other rich girls. She had sharp observation skills and a high IQ. The Gaucho technology stock incident had proven her intelligence. Therefore, Qing Sang believed her words. Hacheng would change soon. At that moment, Chun Tingfang was sitting in the back seat of the car. Bored, she picked up a magazine in the car and browsed through it. Suddenly, Xie Bing, who was driving the car, said in a deep voice, "Madam, sit tight." Huh? What's wrong? Chun Tingfang looked up in surprise. Before he could answer, the car suddenly accelerated and turned right into a street with few cars. She was caught off guard and almost hit the car window. Just as she was about to get angry, Xie Bing's deep voice sounded again. "Someone is following us. I have to get rid of them. Fasten your seatbelt." It was the first time Chun Tingfang encountered such a situation. Her heart was pounding. She grabbed the seat with both hands and looked back. Sure enough, a black car was chasing their car from afar. She was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out of her chest. "Hurry up. Drive faster." Without needing her to say anything, Xie Bing had already sped up. With a sharp turn, the car drove into another alley. After a series of twists and turns, they finally got rid of the car behind them. Chun Tingfang's face was pale. She patted her chest. The crazy speed just now made her dizzy, and she almost vomited. Xie Bing glanced at her from the rearview mirror and said indifferently, "Who are they?" "Huh? I don't understand what you mean." Chun Tingfang still wanted to play dumb. Xie Bing knitted his brows and his voice sounded unhappy. "Since you want me to protect you, you have to tell me who wants to hurt you. The more I know about the enemy, the easier it will be for me to do my job. You will also be safer." Chun Tingfang hesitated for a moment and said, "It could be someone from the Black Flame sect." Xie Bing did not have any intention of underestimating the enemy. He slowly said, "The current leader of the Black Flame sect, Su Yanqing, is a ruthless person. If you are targeted by her, it will be troublesome." Although Chun Tingfang did not say anything, her eyes flickered. Of course, it did not escape Xie Bing's sharp eyes. He instantly understood that the person this woman provoked was Su Yanqing. This was going to be a headache. Xie Bing's face was solemn. Chun Tingfang was affected by his mood and also became depressed. The car soon arrived at the golf course. She was still a bit tired. Xie Bing comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Even if they want to harm you, they won't choose a place like the golf course. It's not convenient for me to go in, so I'll wait for you outside." "All right then." Chun Tingfang took 2 steps and turned around. "Be careful." Although the other party was very powerful and did not need her concern, Chun Tingfang still pretended to be gentle and considerate in order to build a good relationship with him and let him protect her more. Xie Bing was dazed for a moment, then nodded. "Mrs. G, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time." Chun Tingfang walked into the golf course, and a few ladies greeted her warmly. Chun Tingfang smiled and said, "Sorry to keep everyone waiting. Let's start." These rich ladies were used to living like princes. Plus, they were getting old, so they were a bit tired after playing for more than half an hour. They took a short break and chatted while walking. "That young man is so handsome." Among them, there was a lady who liked to go to nightclubs and keep a gigolo. Her eyes lit up when she saw a handsome young man. She pointed at the young man, playing not far away, and gestured for her companions to look. Someone laughed and teased the lady, but they couldn't help but look in the direction of her finger. A young Chinese man was playing basketball with a blonde foreigner. The handsome man the lady pointed out was the Chinese man. He was wearing black trousers and a white shirt. The simple combination made him look elegant and confident. His facial features were handsome, and he had a pair of clear and bright eyes. His smile was bright and cheerful, which made people feel happy at first glance. What a handsome man! Chen Tingfang sized him up and felt that he looked familiar. Jitai, why are you looking so carefully? Are you interested in that young man? Lin Tai, who loved a joke, came up and teased. Chen Tingfang pushed her in annoyance. What nonsense are you talking about? You should say that to Yazzie. Li Yazzie was the rich lady who liked to go to nightclubs. Her husband was Taiwanese and spent most of his time in Taiwan. The couple rarely had time to reunite, which led to the situation where the husband and wife played separately. Li Yazzie had a cheerful personality and liked to joke. She snorted and said, Yes, I like young handsome men. What do you guys do? Let me tell you, if you don't play while you're young, you won't be able to play when you're old. Men are nothing. As long as I have money, they'll rush over. It's okay to play, but don't use your true feelings. I can't win against you with that mouth of yours. Lin Tai shook her head, obviously disagreeing with her view. The group of women chatted animatedly and attracted the attention of the people around them, including the handsome man they admired. The young man looked at them curiously, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He turned around and said a few words to the foreigners, then handed the club to the caddy and turned to walk towards them. Sister Chun, I didn't expect us to meet again. Playing golf with your friends? The handsome young man stopped in front of Chun Tingfang with a warm smile on his handsome face. He spoke elegantly, and it was obvious that he had a good upbringing. Chun Tingfang was dazzled by the bright smile on his face. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she said in surprise, You're Xiao Yihan? I didn't expect Sister Chun to still remember me. It's my honor. Xiao Yihan's smile deepened. Coupled with his handsome face, he was simply too handsome. He glanced at the other ladies and nodded politely. Hello, sisters. I'm Sister Chen's friend. My name is Xiao Yihan. It's nice to meet all of you. The word sister greatly pleased the group of rich ladies. They all laughed and praised Xiao Yihan for being young and promising. They praised him for being handsome and handsome. In any case, they praised him for everything. Chen Tingfang's vanity was at work. She felt that Xiao Yihan had made her proud, so she became more and more polite to him. Xiao Yihan was indeed a well-mannered young master. He was not embarrassed in front of the ladies at all. He spoke frankly with assurance and took care of everyone in every aspect. Everyone was amazed. He was really a meticulous and considerate man. If his family background was good, it would be good to introduce him to their daughter as a son-in-law. Thus, the ladies with daughters surrounded him enthusiastically and asked about his family situation. Xiao Yihan replied politely, My parents are doing business abroad. They're old and plan to return to China to retire, so they asked me to come back first to buy a piece of land or a house. I've been looking around recently to see if there's anything suitable. The ladies were delighted. When they heard that he came from a wealthy family, they hurriedly asked, Yihan, do you have a girlfriend? Xiao Yihan smiled embarrassedly. Not yet. I've been busy with my career for the past few years and haven't thought about personal matters. That was even better. He was indeed a young and promising man. Even Chen Tingfang had an idea. Zissou was unwilling to break up with that good-for-nothing Jiang Tianhao because she had not met someone better. If there was someone as talented and good-looking as Xiao Yihan, she might compromise. After having this idea, the more Chen Tingfang looked at Xiao Yihan, the more she liked him. Her smile became gentler. She said as an elder, Yihan, if you don't mind Sister Chun being a busybody, Sister Chun intends to introduce a girlfriend to you. What do you think? Attention, Xinwu 799. Chapter 847. Xiao Yihan's ears turned red, and he said shyly, Will it be too much trouble for Sister Chun? It was rare to see a boy blushing in this day and age. It was obvious that he was an innocent child. Chen Tingfang smiled even more kindly. No, I have a hobby, and that is to be a matchmaker. Lin Tai couldn't help but tease her. When did you have this hobby? How come I didn't know about it? Chen Tingfang said calmly. Who asked Yihan to be so outstanding? He makes people want to introduce him to a girlfriend so that he can be happy. This sentence moved Xiao Yihan, and he looked at Chen Tingfang with a different gaze. It was deep and passionate, with a hint of attachment. However, other than Chen Tingfang, no one else noticed it. Chen Tingfang felt a little guilty, but she quickly felt relieved. Zissou was such an outstanding girl, and Xiao Yihan wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Lin Tai suddenly said, "Ji Tai, don't tell me you want to introduce your daughter to Yihan, but I remember that your daughter already has a fiancé." Chen Tingfang hurriedly said, "Of course not, Lin Tai. You're thinking too much." Lin Tai smiled faintly, as if telling her with his eyes, "I've already seen through your thoughts." Chen Tingfang was unhappy, but because Xiao Yihan was present, she couldn't say anything. The atmosphere was a little awkward, and Xiao Yihan helped her out by saying, "Sisters, it's fate that we met. Can you give Yihan some face and treat us to a cup of coffee?" Li Yazi had long been interested in this handsome guy. She elegantly stroked the hair by her ear and threw him an ambiguous look. "We're a little tired, so we'll get a cup of coffee from Yihan and take a break." Xiao Yihan ignored her gaze and smiled warmly and politely. He stretched out his arm like a gentleman and said, "Please, sisters." In the cafe, Chen Tingfang asked about Xiao Yihan's family background. She found out that his family was in the clothing business and had several factories in Europe and hundreds of clothing stores. She also found out that he was his only son and would definitely inherit the family business in the future. In addition, he was handsome and had a good conversational style, so he was the best candidate to be a son-in-law. Chen Tingfang was even more determined to take him in as a son-in-law. After leaving the cafe, everyone said goodbye to each other and walked to their parking spaces. Xiao Yihan accompanied Chen Tingfang. They were already very familiar with each other, and their conversations were intimate. Chen Tingfang turned her head sideways and spoke to Xiao Yihan. She didn't notice that a man in a colorful shirt was rushing toward her at an extremely fast speed. Xiao Yihan's expression changed, and he anxiously said, "Be careful." Before he could finish his sentence, he quickly pulled her into his arms and quickly dodged. In a flash, the man in the colorful shirt had already snatched Chen Tingfang's handbag and ran in the opposite direction. Xiao Yihan didn't have time to care about the handbag that was snatched away. He anxiously asked the person in his arms, "Sister Chen, are you okay?" At the same time, a vigorous figure appeared out of nowhere and kicked an empty can on the ground toward the robber's right leg. The robber was caught off guard and fell to one knee with a thud. The bag that he snatched also fell to the ground. The robber knew that he had met an expert and didn't dare to pick up the bag again. He hurriedly got up and ran as fast as he could. Chen Tingfang saw Xie Bing appear and snatch her handbag back. She heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Xiao Yihan. "I'm fine, thank you. If it wasn't for you just now, I would definitely have been knocked to the ground by the robber." The robber rushed toward her at an extremely fast speed. If Xiao Yihan hadn't pulled her back in a moment of desperation, she would definitely have been injured. A smile finally appeared on Xiao Yihan's handsome face. "It's good that you're okay. It was really dangerous just now. I didn't do anything. Thank you to that gentleman for taking Sister Chen's handbag back." "Madam, your handbag." At this time, Xie Bing had already returned with her handbag. Chen Tingfang reached out to take it. Only then did she realize that she was still in Xiao Yihan's arms. She blushed. Xiao Yihan also realized that his behavior was inappropriate at this time. He hurriedly let go of her and took 2 steps to the side. His fair cheeks were stained with a faint blush. Chen Tingfang glanced at him from the corner of her eye. She saw that he was obviously uncomfortable, but pretended to be calm and composed. She couldn't help but find it funny. He was indeed a pure and innocent man. She took the handbag from Xie Bing and nodded slightly. "Xie Bing, thank you for your hard work." Xie Bing nodded and didn't say anything. He expressionlessly retreated to the side of the car, opened the door, and waited quietly. Chen Tingfang looked at Xiao Yihan with a smile. "Yihan, thank you for today. Whether it was the coffee or the matter just now, I'll treat you to a meal next time when you have time." "Okay, then it's a promise. I'm looking forward to our next meeting." Xiao Yihan was a gentleman. He was really suave and handsome. Today was really a day of constant turmoil. After Chen Tingfang got into the car, she felt unusually tired. She leaned against the seat and closed her eyes to rest. The car moved forward steadily. After an unknown period of time, Chen Tingfang suddenly felt a strong vibration. Her body suddenly swayed, and she opened her eyes in shock. She heard Xie Bing's deep voice. "Madam, sit tight." Chen Tingfang's heart trembled. As long as she heard those words, she knew that something had happened. Sure enough, before she could think further, she saw a small truck in front of them at an extremely fast speed. On the other side was a mountain wall. If they were careless, they would hit it. No, not only that, behind their car, there was also a van that was desperately rushing toward their car. Surrounded by danger, there was almost no possibility of dodging the pincer attack. Chen Tingfang instantly broke out in a cold sweat. Her hands tightly grasped the seatbelt. She was so scared that her heart almost stopped beating. Cold sweat broke out on Xie Bing's forehead. He stared coldly in front of him. His body was stiff. His hands fiercely turned the steering wheel. The back of the car swung in a beautiful arc and narrowly avoided the car in front of them. The car's headlights grazed the tree trunk on the side of the road, making an ear-piercing sound. Seeing that they were getting closer to the mountain wall, Chen Tingfang closed her eyes in fear and trembled all over. The car did not hit the mountain wall. Xie Bing made an emergency turn and stepped on the accelerator. The car roared and drove straight ahead. Because the small truck was too fast, it hit the oncoming van. A loud bang reverberated through the quiet mountain path. Although they were already far away from the accident, Chen Tingfang was still in shock. Her face was pale, and her heart was filled with hatred. "Su Yanqing, you be *TCH, how dare you plot against me like this? I will never let you off." It was not a good idea to be passive and hide. Su Yanqing's methods were hard to guard against. She could be killed by the other party at any time. She had to take the initiative to attack. What was so great about the Black Flame sect? She would make them disappear completely. After thinking about it again and again, Chen Tingfang gave up the idea of asking her cousin for help. She hired a private investigator to find out some information about Su Yanqing. Su Yanqing, Miss of the Black Flame sect. She was 30 years old and unmarried. She used to have a fixed boyfriend, Yi Zhaoxian, but he disappeared. In fact, she killed him. Her love life was unknown at this stage. She was ruthless, arrogant, and domineering, but she loved her younger brother very much. Since Su Zhe was imprisoned, she focused all her energy on the affairs of the Black Flame sect. She was basically a workaholic. It was not easy to find her flaws. Chen Tingfang had a headache. One day, she suddenly understood. Why did she have to fight with Su Yanqing? She wanted to drag Ji Yuqi into the mess and let the 2B*cheese fight. She slammed the table and applauded her plan. Her blood boiled as she thought about how to negotiate with Su Yanqing. In the afternoon, in a quiet tea restaurant, a noblewoman was sitting leisurely by the window. Her eyebrows were delicate, and there was a faint smile on her beautiful face. She was looking at the woman sitting across from her. The woman opposite her was wearing black trousers and a white shirt. Her long hair was tied up in a bun. Her facial features were beautiful, but it was a pity that she was a little cold. She looked like a serious high-level manager. She did not look like the daughter of a terrifying underground organization. Su Yanqing's slender fingers gently stirred the coffee. She raised her dark eyes slightly and stared coldly at Chen Tingfang. "Negotiate? What a joke. Why do you have to negotiate with me?" Chen Tingfang's smile was still perfect. She said indifferently, "Miss Su, oh no, I should call you Master Su now. I know you're trying to deal with me. In order to save my life, I'll negotiate with you. Of course it's worth it." Su Yanqing sneered and said coldly, "You're the only one who's still alive after stealing my man. Tell me, if I'm not satisfied with your trump card, I'll crush you with 2 fingers at any time." Chen Tingfang hated Ji Yuqi and Ji Yunhan the most in her life. Secondly, she hated people who looked down on her. Su Yanqing's contemptuous tone provoked her. She was so angry that her eyes were burning. She clenched her fists tightly and gritted her teeth. She restrained herself from saying something irreversible in a moment of anger. After suppressing her anger for a long time, she finally calmed down. She laughed coldly and said, "I thought that miss from the underground organization was very impressive, but it turns out that you're just SOSO. Don't you love your brother very much? Then do you know why he targeted Ji Yunhan twice, but Ji Yunhan escaped twice? In the end, he was sent to prison because of a gang fight. Su Yanqing's sharp gaze pierced Chen Tingfang like a knife. The ruthlessness in her eyes made people tremble uncontrollably. She said coldly, I thought that the culprit was sitting opposite me. If he wasn't used by you, why would Aja target Ji Yunhan and end up in such a state? Chen Tingfang's cold and arrogant tone was slightly restrained. I admit that I'm partly responsible for this matter, but the most direct cause is not me. Suja tried to deal with Ji Yunhan twice, but both times he was able to escape. Instead, Suja got himself into trouble. It wasn't because Ji Yunhan was lucky, but because someone was helping him. Awesome novel, Hongcha 866. Chapter 848. Su Yanqing wasn't a fool. She had considered this possibility before, but she hadn't been able to find the culprit. Hence, she had chosen to deal with Yi Zhaoxian and Chen Tingfang. If it wasn't for them, Suja wouldn't have gone to find trouble with Ji Yunhan. However, if she could find the culprit, she would be more than happy to do so. Chen Tingfang saw a flicker in her eyes and paused on purpose. Su Yanqing raised her eyebrows impatiently. Continue. Chen Tingfang smiled. Ji Yuqi is the real culprit. She is just like you. She loves her younger brother the most. Of course, she wouldn't watch Suja bully her younger brother. If I'm not wrong, the evidence of Suja's crimes was also sent to the police by Ji Yuqi. In fact, Chen Tingfang was just making things up. She wanted to direct Su Yanqing's hatred towards Ji Yuqi. However, she had hit the nail on the head. Su Yanqing's eyes narrowed. She tapped her fingers on the table and said calmly, I don't need wild guesses. What evidence do you have to convince me? Chen Tingfang smiled. Fortunately, she was prepared. She placed a stack of photos on the table. Previously, I wanted to deal with Ji Yuqi, so I hired a private investigator to follow her. Here, these are the photos the private investigator gave me. Su Yanqing glanced at her and picked up the photos. She flipped through them carefully. There wasn't anything special about the photos. Most of the photos were of Ji Yuqi being intimate with a man. The most important thing was that the man's face was either from the side or from the back. Not a single photo showed his face. Su Yanqing threw the photos on the table and glared at her unhappily. She said coldly, What can these photos prove? At most, it proves that Ji Yuqi is dating a man. Chen Tingfang wasn't angry. She took out a photo and passed it to her. Look at this photo. Doesn't the name of the bar look familiar? Su Yanqing glanced at the photo. Indeed, it was Nightfall Bar. This was the place where Suja had plotted against Ji Yunhan. If Ji Yuqi frequented Nightfall Bar with another man, then she would have noticed that Ji Yunhan was in trouble. This would explain why she was able to save Ji Yunhan in time every time. Under Chen Tingfang's guidance, Su Yanqing had started to think that Ji Yuqi was the culprit behind the scenes. Chen Tingfang, who was good at reading people's expressions, naturally noticed the change in Su Yanqing's expression. She curled her lips in satisfaction. These so-called photos were all made by her. They were not the most straightforward evidence, but they could prove that Ji Yuqi did have the motive and opportunity to commit the crime. As for the rest, she would let Su Yanqing, this paranoid woman, fill in the blanks. Oh, she really admired her own intelligence. Su Yanqing rolled her eyes, and several thoughts flashed through her mind. She threw the photos away and leaned back. She raised her chin arrogantly and said coldly, Tell me, what are your plans? Chen Tingfang brushed her hair behind her ear and smiled elegantly. My request is very simple. We will mind our own business. Of course, as compensation, I will tell you Ji Yuqi's whereabouts. You could take revenge however you want. What do you think? Su Yanqing raised her willowy eyebrows and her lips curved into a strange smile. This is a good deal. However, before we reach an agreement, I want to collect some interest. Chen Tingfang felt uneasy. She raised her guard. What else do you want? Su Yanqing snapped her fingers. Before Chen Tingfang could react, she felt a sharp pain in the back of her head. She lost control of herself and fell towards the table. A few seconds before she lost consciousness, she heard Su Yanqing's cold voice. "Since you like men so much, I'll give you a few more." The man standing behind Chun Tingfang picked her up the moment she fell, just like a lover. He didn't arouse anyone's suspicion at all. He just carried her like this and quickly walked out of the restaurant. On the street, Xie Bing, who was waiting in his car, suddenly saw a man and a woman coming out of the door. The man was carrying Chun Tingfang, and the woman was Su Yanqing. They quickly walked towards their car. Xie Bing punched the steering wheel and cursed under his breath. He waited for the car to drive a distance away before he quietly followed. Because the other party was a member of the underground organization, they were very vigilant. Xie Bing did not dare to follow too closely. However, after following them for a few streets, they just happened to encounter a red light. He could only watch as their car disappeared into the traffic. When Chun Tingfang woke up, she was already in the hotel. She was surrounded by 5 or 6 white and fat bodies. Those people had a vulgar look on their faces as they stretched out their claws on her body. Her clothes had long been torn to pieces, and her white skin was left with bruises. Even if she was cruel and merciless, she was still a woman. This was the first time she encountered such a thing, and she was so scared that she almost cried. She bit like a madwoman and kept kicking the men who were close to her. The man who was closest to her was kicked in the groin and cried out in pain. When the others saw this, they became even more ferocious and wanted to kill her. Just when they suppressed her and were about to use force, the door was kicked open. A black shadow with cold anger quickly came in. Bang! 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 The men on top of her were kicked to the ground. They were lying on the ground in a mess. Their mouths were screaming in pain. Blood and broken teeth were left on the ground. Xie Bing stepped on the back of the hand of the man closest to him. There was a cracking sound. It should be the broken finger. He was expressionless. He quickly took off his coat and threw it to Chun Tingfang. "Hurry up, we can't stay here for long." "Xie Bing?" Chun Tingfang could not calm down. She suddenly threw herself into his arms and cried without caring about her image. The woman in his arms was almost naked as she threw herself into his arms. He could clearly feel her full pink body. His brows were tightly knitted as he stiffly stretched out his hand to push her away. Suddenly, he heard a burst of chaotic footsteps. His heart trembled as he quickly picked her up and rushed to the door. At the end of the corridor, a group of gangsters rushed over. Chun Tingfang was so scared that she buried her head in his arms and did not dare to move. Xie Bing took out a few darts from somewhere and quickly threw them at the pursuers. At the same time, he held the woman in his arms and quickly fled. After running out of the hotel, the group of people did not dare to chase after them. Xie Bing had already thrown Chun Tingfang into the car and stepped on the gas pedal. The car was like an arrow leaving the bow as it sped out. Chun Tingfang was in a mess. She was only wrapped in Xie Bing's coat. She shrank in the corner of the back seat and trembled in shock. Xie Bing glanced at her in the rearview mirror and said nothing. He was scared. Fortunately, he put a tracker in her coat pocket just in case, so he could track her position. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After some time, he suddenly stopped the car and ran to a roadside shop. He bought a set of women's clothes and put it on the back seat. "Put on first. I'll smoke outside." Then, he leaned against the car door, lit a cigarette, and started to smoke slowly. Chun Tingfang looked around. This was a quiet area with few people. She quickly threw away the coat and put on the dress Xie Bing bought. Although the style was ordinary and the material was not very good, she did not expect it to fit quite well. Xie Bing finished smoking and guessed that she should have changed her clothes. He got into the car again, and the two of them returned to the Ji family's house in silence. Perhaps it was because of the shock Chun Tingfang fell sick that night. Coincidentally, she used the excuse of catching a cold to sleep in the guest room. Otherwise, Ji Bowen would definitely cause a huge uproar if he saw the marks on her body. The next morning at breakfast, her face was pale and she still looked very haggard. Ji Bowen thought that she had been too tired recently, so he told her to rest well and then went to the company. Yi Zissou acted coquettishly by her side to cheer her up. She even cooked porridge for her. Chun Tingfang felt that she had suffered so much so that her daughter could live a good life in the future. Fortunately, her daughter was filial. She was very gratified. She looked at Ji Yuqi and her brother. The two of them were saying words of concern, but they were probably very happy and wanted her to die. Humph, she would not do as they wished. She wanted to live well and see how they would be defeated in the future. Ji Yuqi and her brother were secretly happy. Although they did not know what had happened to Chen Tingfang, they were sure that she had been taught a lesson by Su Yanqing. Otherwise, she would not be so haggard. However, they did not know that danger would soon befall them. Su Yanqing did not completely believe Chen Tingfang's words. After Xie Bing rescued her, Su Yanqing decided to let Chen Tingfang off temporarily. She wanted to find out if Ji Yuqi was the one behind this. She went to the prison where Su Zhe was serving his sentence. She found out from Su Zhe that he had recorded a video of a mysterious person rescuing Ji Yunhan. He also said that on the night of his arrest, he had met a very ugly street girl. Su Yanqing was very interested in these two things. After returning home, Su Yanqing immediately checked the video. After careful observation and comparison, she finally confirmed that the person with the jacket wrapped around her head in the video was Ji Yuqi. The two of them looked very similar. In other words, they were exactly the same. Ji Yuqi, so you're the mastermind behind this. Su Yanqing's deep eyes emitted a murderous aura that made people shudder. This year, Capital University's graduation ceremony was very grand. Not only did they invite the city's main leaders, they also invited dozens of prestigious alumni from all walks of life. Even people from the television station would be there to do a live broadcast. According to the procedure, the leaders would first give a speech, then the graduation certificate would be awarded to the outstanding graduates. After that, there would be a graduation performance. However, it was not only the graduates who would be performing, but also the students from other grades. It was an honor that Ji Yuqi was the representative of the students in charge of the university. Her performance was arranged to be the second last performance as the finale. Ad. Hongxia 866. Chapter 849. She was just an ordinary rich girl. Capital University didn't lack rich girls. Why did such a good thing like stealing the limelight fall on her? The answer was Gu Fifan. That guy used his connections with the school leaders to put Ji Yuqi in the performance team. Ji Yuqi was under a lot of pressure. She did not want to be the center of attention at all and become the object of envy and jealousy of all the rich girls. However, what was done could not be undone. She could only obey the arrangements of the leaders and prepare actively. In June, the graduation ceremony was held in the auditorium. Ji Yuqi and Lin Yuxi sat together. They chose to sit in the aisle on the right so that it would be convenient for them to go backstage to prepare for the performance. As soon as the two of them sat down, Ji Yuqi suddenly saw another person on the empty seat on her left. She did not care and continued to chat with Lin Yuxi in a low voice until the person greeted them. She was a little surprised. She turned around and smiled. Brother Tang Feng. That's right. The person sitting on her left was Tang Feng. He was dressed in a formal suit and looked handsome and extraordinary. He had a gentle smile on his face, and his voice was low and pleasant. Yuqi, you look very beautiful today. Ji Yuqi replied politely, Thank you. You look very handsome too. Tang Feng raised his eyebrows. Although it was just a casual conversation, he was very happy. He handed her a bottle of drink. Your favorite grapefruit honey tea. Ji Yuqi was stunned. She wanted to refuse, but felt that it was too much. She reached out and took it. She smiled. Thank you. Tang Feng rubbed her hair lovingly, just like when they were young. He whispered, You're still as silly as when you were young. Ji Yuqi's heart was filled with mixed feelings. She really wanted to say something to ease the awkwardness, but her lips quivered a few times. In the end, she didn't say anything. The memories of the past were like a brand, deeply engraved in her mind. It wasn't easy to forget them. The girl in front of him looked a little dazed. Tang Feng's smile became gentler. It seemed that Yuqi was not as heartless as she said. He believed that he still had a chance. He took out another bottle of drink and handed it to Lin Yuxi who was sitting to the right of Yuchi. He said politely, "Yushi, I don't know what you like, so I bought the same drink as Yuchi." Lin Yushi glanced at Tang Feng and took the drink expressionlessly. She said, "Thank you." At this time, Jiang Tianhao and Yi Zhisu were seated not far away from them. Tianhao, don't you think so?" Yi Zhisu did not get a response. She found that Jiang Tianhao's attention was not on her at all. She followed his gaze and saw Ji Yuqi sitting elegantly. Yi Zhisu did not hide the hatred in her eyes. "Ji Yuqi, you have already gotten everything you want. Why are you still fighting with me?" The music started. The host walked onto the stage. The graduation ceremony had begun. An hour later, the leaders finished their speeches. Finally, it was the graduate representatives' turn to go on stage. Ji Yuqi's mouth twitched when she saw Gu Fifan walk onto the stage first. Although Gu Fifan was famous in school, it was only limited to his reputation as a playboy. Was it really okay for him to accept the mayor's award as the outstanding student representative? But the nymphomaniacs present obviously did not think so. Thunderous applause and waves of cheers came from below the stage. Ji Yuqi vaguely heard some people shouting, "Prince Fifan, I love you." Then, several other student representatives went on stage to accept the awards from the leaders. When Jiang Tianhao saw this scene, he could not control his anger. Originally, the reputation belonged to him, but the scandal that had caused a lot of commotion had caused him to be hated by the leaders. The once outstanding student had turned into a black sheep. The leaders wished they could hide him. How could they praise him in public? A soft little hand suddenly grasped his hand. Yi Zhisu's soft voice entered his ear. "Tianhao, you are the most outstanding." Jiang Tianhao's body stiffened. A strong sense of disgust grew in his heart. If it were not for her, how could he have fallen into this state? She actually had the nerve to comfort him with a high and mighty attitude. How laughable! Although he was disgusted in his heart, he did not show it on his face. He held her hand and slowly smiled. "Zhisu, having you by my side is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me." Yi Zhisu looked at him, touched. Her beautiful eyes were covered with mist. Jiang Tianhao looked at her affectionately. His smile was gentle. Amidst the thunderous applause, Gu Fifan gave a speech on behalf of the graduates. He swept away his previous unruly attitude and stood tall on the stage. His white suit accentuated his perfect figure. His face was as bright as the moon under the lights. His long and narrow peach blossom eyes were filled with a faint smile. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he talked cheerfully and wittily. It was amazing. Various media outlets quickly pressed their shutters and recorded his heroic appearance. It was conceivable that after tomorrow, he would become the darling of Ing City's upper class. The leaders of the school also sighed in their hearts. It turned out that the young master of the Gu family was not a good-for-nothing. He was quick-witted and had an extraordinary temperament. He would definitely achieve great things in the future. Ji Yuqi already knew that he had hidden his talents. Seeing his stunning performance, she was not surprised at all. She only smiled slightly. As if they had telepathy, Gu Fifan, who was on the stage, actually met her gaze. He raised his eyebrows slightly at her. It was obvious that he was teasing her. Ji Yuqi was angry and amused at the same time. He did not know how to restrain himself in front of so many people. He was really reckless. After the awards ceremony, the talent show began. Ji Yuqi had to go backstage to prepare for her performance. She politely bid farewell to Tang Feng. Tang Feng held her wrist. "Yuqi, I'll go with you." "It's okay. There are many people backstage. It's not convenient for you to go." Ji Yuqi said it more tactfully. In fact, she wanted to say that there were so many girls backstage. It would be inconvenient for a man to go. Tang Feng also thought of that. He let go of her wrist and smiled gently. "All right then. If there's anything, call me immediately." Ji Yuqi smiled and agreed. There were indeed many people backstage. They were busy putting on their makeup and changing their clothes. A group of ballet dancers were warming up in the corridor. There were also staff members helping to move the musical instruments. It was bustling with activity. Ji Yuqi's performance was at the end. Now that no one was paying attention to her in the dressing room, she decided to find a quiet place to get some fresh air. After walking around, she found that the washroom was the quietest. After washing her hands, she looked at herself in the mirror and could not help but chuckle. In her previous life, her reputation was terrible. She was not qualified to show her face at such a grand ceremony. It was her first time performing in public. She had to work harder. She could not let others see her as a joke. Yuchi, a deep and familiar male voice came from above her head. Yuchi could not help but sigh. A place like the washroom was indeed a place where melodramatic scenes happened frequently. She looked up and smiled. "Senior, why are you here? What's the matter?" Jiang Tianhao was like a jade orchid tree. Even though he was standing at the door of the washroom, he still looked charming. His smile was gentle. "Yuchi, I'm here to see you. I've been hired by Dongfang Real Estate." "Yuchi, thank you." Yuchi looked surprised. "Really? Congratulations, Senior. You were hired because of your outstanding ability." "Senior, I'm very happy for you. If Zissou knows about this, she'll be very happy too." Jiang Tianhao's smile became gentler. "Yuchi, you're the kindest girl I've ever met." He raised his hand and stroked the hair by her ear. Yuchi's face was faintly red. She looked down shyly to hide the sarcastic coldness in her eyes. Kind-hearted? Huh. This word had long been cut off from her. When the two of them with outstanding looks stood together, it was really a beautiful picture. They were affectionate. Even if they did not speak, one could feel the affection between them. Zissou, who was hiding in the corner, gritted her teeth in hatred. Her beautiful face was distorted with anger. She knew that Jiang Tianhao had used the washroom as an excuse to meet that be *tch Yuchi. Yuchi, why doesn't she just die? Zissou's eyes suddenly flashed, and a vicious thought gradually formed in her mind. Yuchi sent Jiang Tianhao away and returned to the dressing room. There weren't many people left. The makeup artist, Linda, looked at Yuchi's face. Yuchi's skin was very good, and it was easy to apply makeup. She finished her makeup and hairstyle in just over 10 minutes. Yuchi looked at herself in the mirror with satisfaction. She smiled and said, "It's pretty good. Sister Linda, thank you." Linda had done a lot of makeup for many rich girls today, but no one had ever thanked her. She immediately had a good impression of Yuchi, and her smile became more sincere. "Miss G, the costume is ready. Please change in the dressing room." "Okay, thank you." Yuchi went to the dressing room to get her clothes. When she saw her performance costume, she was stunned. Linda saw her in a daze and walked up to her with concern. "What's wrong? Oh my God, who did this?" This was a white lace evening gown with a lace shawl and a small trailing tail. After wearing it, one would be as beautiful as Snow White. But now, the lace trailing tail had several holes and the skirt was torn. The original princess dress had become a beggar's dress. Linda was very angry. She called her assistant over. "Little Wong, how did you do your job? How did this gown become like this?" Little Wong was scared out of her wits. It was still fine when I brought it here. I don't know what happened either." Linda frowned and was about to fly into a rage when Yuchi hurriedly stopped her. "Sister Linda, the most important thing now is to solve the problem of the costume." Linda frowned. "What should we do? There are only 20 minutes left before it's your turn. The other gowns have already been worn. If you wear them on stage, you'll be laughed at. But where can we find a new one?" Little Wong was so anxious that she cried. "Yes, what should we do? There are many TV reporters outside. If we can't handle them, we'll be a laughing stock and tarnish the school's reputation. Miss G, it's all my fault. I was too careless and didn't take good care of the gown. Ad. Shinwu 799. Chapter 850. Little Wong, Sister Linda, we can't panic. I believe that things haven't reached the point of despair yet. Yuchi picked up the ruined dress and gestured a few times. Suddenly, an idea popped up in her mind. She gritted her teeth, and her beautiful eyes were firm. She said in a deep voice, "Little Wong, help me get a pair of scissors." Oh. Little Wong hurriedly found a pair of scissors. Miss G, what are you planning to do? Linda vaguely knew what she was planning to do, but she wasn't sure. Ji Yuchi didn't answer. She clenched her teeth, her gaze calm. Holding the scissors in her hand, she found the right spot and cut a hole in the long dress without hesitation. Then, she suddenly pulled along the hole. There was a tearing sound, and the sound of fabric being torn attracted everyone in the dressing room. Next, let's welcome Miss Ji Yuchi, who is in charge of the hospital. She will be singing a very nice song, Invisible Wings. The host's sweet voice traveled to the backstage. Linda was sweating profusely as she made the final preparations for Ji Yuchi. Her fingers were trembling. Ji Yuchi didn't panic. With a calm smile on her face, she comforted her not to be nervous. Suddenly, the director's voice came from the door. "Io, my ancestor, hurry up. The host is about to cry. Coming. Yuchi, do your best. You can do it." Linda finished the last step and patted Ji Yuchi's shoulder hard. Ji Yuchi smiled and walked confidently and elegantly. As the host announced the second time, she slowly walked behind the curtain. All the lights suddenly went out, and the noisy auditorium suddenly quieted down. Tang Feng stared at the direction of the stage. His Yuchi was about to appear. A light and pleasant melody sounded, and a voice like the sound of nature broke the silence. It was like the light of dawn cutting through the darkness and shining on the world. Every time, I'm strong in loneliness. Every time, even if I'm hurt, I won't shed tears. A beam of dazzling light suddenly shone on the center of the stage. In the darkness, a white figure slowly floated down from the sky. All the light enveloped her, and everyone's eyes revolved around her. She walked down from the swing. She was wearing a white spaghetti-strap skirt that barely covered her legs. The hemline of the skirt was irregular, like the swaying edge of a lotus leaf, adding to her ethereal aura. The design at her waist was the most distinctive. There were two symmetrical slits on the left and right, revealing the creamy skin of her waist. Her whole person immediately became enchanting and charming. Coupled with the cold and elegant makeup on her face, she was like a fire rose blooming in the dark night, a beautiful siren under the moonlight. She was obviously charming to the bone, but it also made people feel that she had a cold and arrogant aura. It was a kind of beauty that was contradictory to the bones. I've finally seen all my dreams blossom. How bright the singing of the young people chasing after me is. I can finally soar with my heart and not be afraid. Wherever there is wind, I will fly as far as I can. Invisible wings make dreams longer than the sky. Leave a wish for your imagination. Her voice was very pleasant, with an innate coldness, but her emotions were hot and vigorous. It infected everyone, and they couldn't help but think of their forgotten dreams. She stood in the center of the stage, standing sideways and focused on the direction of the door. It was as if she saw herself flying, and her delicate lips curved into a faint smile. No one knew what Ji Yuchi was looking at. In fact, she was looking at the man standing at the door. The man was tall and straight, and he was like a high and mighty king, with an aura of disdain for the world. Although she was too far away and couldn't see the expression on his face, she knew that Shunja was also staring at her at the moment. The smile on her lips deepened. When the song ended, the applause was like a tide. Tang Feng's deep eyes were full of pride and love. His Yuchi was indeed the best. Jiang Tianhao's infatuated gaze followed Ji Yuchi until her graceful figure disappeared under the lights. Yi Zisu's long nails dug into the seat. She was so angry that she was about to vomit blood. She didn't expect Ji Yuchi to be so powerful. She tore her costume, but she could still turn it into a treasure. She even made it even hotter and more eye-catching. She was really lucky. Yi Zisu only thought that it was the work of the makeup artist and stylist. She didn't know that Ji Yuchi had used her design skills to change the dress into its current appearance. The Shun family started out by manufacturing clothes. They could be said to be the leaders of the clothing industry, and they had launched many well-known brands. Although Ji Yuchi majored in business administration, she was actually very interested in fashion design. She was also very talented. After her rebirth, she paid more attention to cultivating her talent in this area. After all, she was going to take over the G group in the future. She couldn't be completely ignorant about fashion design. And this time, her talent helped her get through the difficulties. After returning backstage, Ji Yuchi let out a long sigh of relief. She smiled brightly at Linda and little Wong, who had been waiting behind the scenes. Then she hugged them tightly and sincerely expressed her gratitude. Linda's eyes were glistening with tears. She said excitedly, "I didn't expect you to have such talent. When you become a famous fashion designer one day, don't forget to design a few clothes for me." Ji Yuchi blinked. "No problem. I can forget anyone but my benefactor, Linda." If Linda hadn't helped her redo her makeup and style in such a short time, she definitely wouldn't have achieved such a good effect. Me too, me too. I want one too." Little Wong interrupted unwillingly. Okay. You also have a share. Little Wong is also a great contributor. The three of them returned to the dressing room happily. After changing her clothes and removing her makeup, the graduation ceremony was also over. Ji Yuchi and Linda appreciated each other. They exchanged contact information and made an appointment to have a meal together in the future. Then they parted ways. Ji Yuchi came out from the backstage and stood under the bright sunlight. Suddenly, she felt as if a lifetime had passed. She covered her forehead with her hands and tiptoed to look through the crowd. She didn't see that familiar figure and felt a little disappointed. "Sai, why didn't Shinja wait for me and leave?" "Yuchi, were you waiting for me?" Tang Feng's deep eyes had a smile. He quickly walked towards her. "I thought you were still backstage. I was just about to look for you." "Chi-Chi, your performance just now was really wonderful. It was so beautiful that I will never forget it." A figure walked towards her. She didn't need to look back to know that it was Gu Fifin from that lazy and sexy voice. Ji Yuchi rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache coming on. Before she could say anything, another gentle and pleasant voice sounded. "Yuchi, our class is having a gathering tonight, and everyone wants to get to know you. Please allow me to invite you. Are you willing to go?" Ji Yuchi glanced at Tang Feng, who was looking at her with a burning gaze, Gu Fifin, who was throwing flirtatious glances at her, and Jiang Tianhao, who was smiling warmly. She felt more and more headache. For the first time, she found that after her rebirth, she had not only become ruthless, but also charming. The men who despised her in her previous life were now surrounding her. Unfortunately, she was not the brainless heroine in a romance novel. She would not forget their cold and ruthless nature just because they were wearing a gentle and affectionate skin. The corners of her lips slowly curled up. Her eyes swept over the three people one by one, and finally fell on Jiang Tianhao. She said softly, "Senior, I'm very tired today. In order not to spoil your fun, I won't go. I hope you have a good time." "Brother Tang Feng, Gu Fifin, what's the matter?" Gu Fifin was very unhappy. Why was Tang Feng's brother Tang Feng? When it was his turn, she had to call him by his full name. He took a step forward and stood in front of Tang Feng. He elegantly brushed the hair in front of his forehead, and a pair of peach blossom eyes slightly raised. "Yuchi, why are you so formal? Call me Fifin. Otherwise, you know what I mean, okay?" Ji Yuchi was speechless. "You know what I mean? Don't make it sound so ambiguous, bastard. We're really not close." The corner of her eyes twitched, and she said stiffly, "Oh, Fifin, what's the matter?" Gu Fifin narrowed his eyes. His slender fingers rested on his chin, and he looked distressed. "I was going to invite you to the gathering, but since you're tired, forget it. Let's go to the movies tomorrow. It's settled. Hey, don't casually make decisions for Yuchi. She's my fiancée." Tang Feng finally couldn't help but fly into a rage. He put his right hand on Gu Fifin's shoulder with a posture that said, "If you talk nonsense again, we'll fight." The scene was in a mess. Some people had already noticed them and even took out their mobile phones to secretly take photos. Ji Yuchi didn't want to become the headline of the school's intranet. She quickly said with a smile, "Fifin, thank you, but I don't like to watch movies. Brother Tang Feng, you guys take your time. I'll go first. That's all. Goodbye." It'd be best if they never met again. Ji Yuqi hurriedly slipped away as fast as she could. Tang Feng and Gu Fifan looked at each other and saw helplessness and depression in each other's eyes. Jiang Tianhao couldn't help but smile. The person Yuqi really liked was him. No matter how the two men fought, they couldn't win against him. Ji Yuqi slipped to a place where there were fewer people. She covered her chest and gasped. Damn it, there were a bunch of rotten peach blossoms. Her mobile phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and her expression became serious. Qing sang, what's going on? The people of Gao Xiao Technology found out that it was Free who bought 10% of the scattered shares. Yulei said that he wanted to buy back the 10% shares and asked to negotiate with Phil. What do you think? Free was a clothing company registered abroad by Ji Yuqi. Phil was her English name and also the owner of the clothing company. That was why Yulei said that he wanted to negotiate with Phil. The Free company was just an empty shell now. There were only 4 shareholders, Ji Yuqi, Ji Yunhan, Qing Sang, and Xiaoro. Ji Yuqi was thinking about how to develop the company's business. Yulei came to her door. How timely. Ji Yuqi smiled with satisfaction. Qing Sang, tell Yulei that Phil is abroad and can't meet with him. You are in charge of everything. Understood. Qing Sang paused and said, Yuqi, are you really going to sell the shares to them? Gao Xiao Technology is doing well. Isn't it a pity? Beauty novel Xinwu 799. Chapter 851. Ji Yuqi smiled. You have to give up something to gain something. You can reply to Yulei first. As for the details, we'll talk about it when I get back. She was in a good mood as she leisurely walked towards the parking lot in her high heels. She stopped in front of her car and took out her keys from her handbag. Her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the caller ID and her eyes curved. She placed the phone to her ear and chuckled. Why didn't you wait for me before leaving? Shunja's voice was unusually deep and solemn. Chi-Chi, don't get in the car and don't look around. Just walk straight ahead. You'll see my car after about 100 meters. Ji Yuqi felt strange. She did not know what he was up to. However, she listened to him and turned around and walked straight ahead. A silver Bentley stopped in front. The windows blocked the view inside, but Ji Yuqi knew that Shunja was inside. She knocked on the window and heard the sound of the car door being unlocked. She immediately opened the door and sat in the front passenger seat. Ji Yuqi turned to look at Shunja. Shunja, what happened? Shunja's expression was solemn as he slowly said, Someone installed a time bomb under your car. There's still half an hour before it explodes. I've already called the police. In about 10 minutes, the bomb disposal experts will arrive. Ji Yuqi was in disbelief. Bomb? How did you know? Shunja calmly replied, Ever since you went against the Black Flame sect, I was worried that Su Yanqing would deal with you. So, I sent 2 people to protect you in secret. Today, one of them followed you into the auditorium while the other was guarding the parking lot. As expected, someone sneaked up on your car and installed a time bomb under your car. Ji Yuqi did not know how to describe her feelings at this moment. She thought that she had done a good job, but unexpectedly, she was almost killed. She thought that she had hidden her revenge from Shunja, but it turned out that he knew everything. He even secretly helped her with many things. This made her feel guilty and grateful. She could not help but reach out her hands and hug him. Leaning her head on his chest, she said softly, Shunja, thank you. Thank you for doing so many things for me, and thank you for being willing to accept the real me. Silly, no matter if you're good or bad, you're my wife. Of course, I have to protect my wife from any harm. Shunja kissed her hair, his dark eyes filled with tenderness. Ji Yuqi's lips curled up as she hugged him even tighter. After a long while, she asked in a low voice, Who ordered the person who installed the bomb? Su Yanqing. It seems like she already knows that you've harmed Suja. Shunja's deep eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness. Su Yanqing. This woman had thoroughly angered him. He would let her know the price she had to pay for hurting his beloved. Not only would he send her to prison, but he would also make her life a living hell. Ji Yuqi frowned and muttered, That's strange. Su Yanqing was still dealing with Chun Tingfang not long ago. Why would she suddenly? Her mind flashed, and she blurted out, "It must be Qin Tingfang." In order to get rid of Su Yanqing, that lunatic, she pushed me to her side. She snorted coldly. Ji Yuqi, was not easy to deal with. She thought of the murder video. That was irrefutable evidence of Su Yanqing torturing Yi Zhaoxian to death. Sending that lunatic Su Yanqing to prison would be considered as getting rid of a scourge for the people. Shenja saw the change in her expression, and his lips curled up. He asked knowingly, "What are you thinking about?" Since he had seen her true colors, there was no need for her to pretend to be kind and innocent. Ji Yuqi pursed her lips and said, "I'm thinking about how to deal with Su Yanqing. I have evidence of her murder, but I don't think it's enough. It's best to destroy her once and for all. She won't be able to make a comeback." His Chi was finally willing to take off her mask. Shenja was in a good mood. He kissed her forehead and murmured, "In addition to selling drugs, bribing officials, and premeditated murder, it's enough for her to die 2 or 3 times. Ji Yuqi's beautiful almond-shaped eyes narrowed. She suddenly thought of something and grabbed his arm tightly. Her voice changed. "Oh no, Su Yanqing is a vengeful person. Not only will she deal with me, she will also deal with Ahan. Shenja, hurry up. Let's go to Ahan's school." Shenja did not say anything and quickly started the car. Chi-Chi's consideration was not unreasonable. Ji Yunhan was very likely to be in danger. Ji Yuqi's face was a little pale. Her fingers swiped quickly on her phone. Ahan's phone rang for a long time, but no one answered. The uneasiness in her heart grew stronger, and her heart almost stopped beating. If Ahan had an accident, no, Ahan would definitely be fine. "Ahan, wait for me. You must wait for me." Shenja glanced at Ji Yuqi's panicked expression, and his heart ached. He stepped on the gas pedal to the full, his cold eyes bottomless. The car sped on the road. Fortunately, the road conditions were good at this time, and there was no congestion. When the car arrived at Ji Yunhan's school, it was already half an hour later. Ji Yuqi rushed out of the car and anxiously called him. Shenja grabbed her arm and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Let's go to his classroom and ask his classmates and friends." Ji Yuqi nodded. Her eyes were red and her teeth were biting her lips. She quickly followed behind Shenja and continued to make calls. "Sis." The phone suddenly connected, and Ji Yunhan's slightly weak voice came from the other side. Ji Yuqi suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her voice was sharp and impatient. Where are you? Are you hurt?" The person on the other side of the phone coughed a few times and said while panting, "Sis, I'm in the woods behind the school. I'm not seriously hurt. Don't worry." Ji Yuqi's heart calmed down a little. "Wait for me. We'll be there right away." The moment she picked up the phone, Shenja had already turned around and walked to her side. Seeing this, he grabbed her wrist without hesitation. Let's go. Let's go find him." It was the first time Ji Yuqi had seen Ji Yunhan in such a sorry state. He was leaning against a big tree with blood all over his body. His face was covered in blood, and there were 3 strong men lying at his feet. It looked like they had already fainted. "Ahan, why are you bleeding so much? Where are you hurt?" Ji Yuqi's hands were tightly holding onto his shoulders. Her eyes were already covered with a layer of mist. Ji Yunhan said embarrassedly, "Sis, I'm fine. This is all their blood. My leg is injured and I've used up all my strength, so I can only lean here. It's good that you're fine. You almost scare me to death." Ji Yuqi rubbed his head and then carefully examined his leg. She found a deep knife wound on his leg, and her eyes couldn't help but redden. Ji Yunhan giggled foolishly. "Sis, it's nothing. It's just a small wound. Men are more manly when they have more scars." With that said, he looked up at Shenja. His silly smile turned into a mischievous grin. "Brother-in-law, did I interrupt your date with my sister?" Shenja's expression was gentle as the corners of his lips curved. "It's good that you know, but seeing that your martial arts have improved, I'll forgive you." He had already checked the injuries of the 3 men earlier. There were more or less knife wounds on their bodies. The cause of their unconsciousness was a heavy blow to the back of their heads. The assassins sent by Su Yanqing were definitely not ordinary people. To be able to knock the three men unconscious, Ji Yunhan's martial arts had indeed improved. Ji Yuqi simply bandaged Ahan's wound and used a tissue to wipe the blood off his face. She helped him stand up and glanced at the three men on the ground. "Let's leave these people to the police." Shunjin nodded in agreement. "Let Su Yanqing leave a criminal record in the police station. Our next move will be much smoother." The police were very efficient. Soon, the three assassins were brought to the police station. After a series of interrogation, threats, and psychological attacks, the three men finally admitted that it was Su Yanqing who had ordered them to kidnap Ji Yunhan. Their purpose was to bring Ji Yunhan back to the headquarters of the Black Flame sect and then use him to extort ransom. As for the fact that Su Yanqing had sent people to plant a bomb under Ji Yuqi's car, they had no idea. Su Yanqing was sitting in the office dealing with gang affairs when a yellow-haired underling hurriedly knocked on the door and entered. "Miss, bad news." Aing sent news that Ji Yuqi didn't get into the car at all. Instead, she got into another Bentley. Later, a bomb disposal expert from the police team came and defused the bomb on the car. What's worse is that several media outlets happened to be at Capital University. When they heard about the bomb, they immediately rushed to the scene. Now, this matter has been hyped up by the media. Su Yanqing's expression changed. She suddenly slammed the table and stood up. "What are you doing? Where's Aing? Tell him to get his ass back here immediately." "Miss, bad news." Another underling ran into the office in a panic and said anxiously, "Tiger and the other two have been arrested by the police." Su Yanqing's face was ashen. Her eyes were so sinister that it was frightening. She angrily said, "Ji Yunhan is just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. Tiger and the other two couldn't even handle him. When did the people of the Black Flame sect become useless cowards?" The yellow-haired underling who came in first had a long face and didn't dare to refute. The last one who came in last shrunk his neck and said in a trembling voice, "Miss, there's one more thing." He cowered and didn't dare to speak again. Su Yanqing saw his cowardly appearance and became angry. She sternly said, "Speak." The underling's legs went soft, and he almost knelt down in front of her. He stuttered that I don't know who recorded the video of Yi Zhaoxian being killed, and it was posted online. Now, all the media are saying that the Black Flame sex miss is a demon who kills without batting an eyelid. He couldn't finish a sentence because he was so frightened by Su Yanqing's fierce and cruel gaze that he almost peed in his pants. The brothers of the Black Flame sect all knew of the big Mrs. Bloody methods. There was no one who didn't fear her. Even her angry gaze could make them tremble. Su Yanqing couldn't care less about getting angry at her underlings. She impatiently waved her hand and ordered them to leave. She angrily paced around the office with a murderous aura. She thought that she could easily handle that useless rich girl, but she didn't expect to fall into her hands. Attention, Songshu 566. Chapter 852. As for where the video of Yi Zhaoxian being killed came from, Su Yanqing was not in the mood to investigate. The most important thing now was to get rid of Tiger and the others. They knew too many secrets. If they confessed to the police, then she would definitely die. She would never allow that to happen. Unfortunately, she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Before she could bribe the spies in the prison to silence Tiger, she had already been forced into a desperate situation and could not escape the net of justice. The video of Yi Zhaoxian being killed went viral on the internet. When Yi Zissa saw it, it was during recess. She was playing with her phone out of boredom and opened the most popular video on the internet. She did not expect to see such a bloody and cruel scene. She stared at the man being killed on the screen in disbelief. She watched it over and over again until she could not help but want to vomit. Then she burst into tears. The surrounding students were shocked. Before they could ask what happened, Yi Zissou had already covered her face and ran out of the classroom. She hid in the toilet and cried loudly. As she cried, she called Chen Tingfang's phone with her trembling phone. Mom, Dad is dead. Dad was killed." Yi Zissou cried hysterically. She had long forgotten her image and ladylike etiquette. As she cried, she incoherently complained, "Mom, tell me. That's not true. How could Dad die? Didn't they say that scourges live for 1,000 years? A bastard like him should live for 100 years. Dad, I'm sorry. I was stubborn before. It was my fault. Dad, come back quickly." Izisa leaned against the wall of the cubicle and cried. She did not know that outside the toilet was full of people who were watching the show. They exaggerated the scene and posted it on the school's intranet, making Yizisu famous again. The world was so cruel. Even if a tragedy happened to a person who was disgusted, it was still a good show to entertain the public. On the other end of the phone, Chen Tingfang's face was already covered in tears. From her daughter's intermittent complaints, she understood the truth. Her ex-husband, Yi Zhaoxian, had really been killed by Su Yanqing. Su Yanqing, that woman, killing someone was one thing, but why did she use such a cruel method to torture him to death? Chen Tingfang was filled with hatred and anger. It was indeed their fault for having an affair with Yi Zhaoxian, but why did Yi Zhaoxian find her? Wasn't it because Su Yanqing couldn't satisfy him? Obviously, Su Yanqing was also responsible, but Su Yanqing, that vicious woman, pushed all the blame onto them. She really wanted to bite Su Yanqing to death and avenge Yi Zhaoxian. Yes, there was also Ji Yuqi, that be *TCH. If it weren't for that be *TCH, she wouldn't have used Yi Zhaoxian to get entangled with him, and she wouldn't have provoked Su Yanqing's hatred. Chen Tingfang channeled all her anger and hatred onto others. She felt that the whole world had wronged her and Yi Zhaoxian, and that she was the most innocent. After calming down, Chen Tingfang thought about a problem. There were a few big news stories today. First, Ji Yuqi's car was planted with a bomb. Then, Ji Yunhan was attacked. Then, the video of Su Yanqing killing someone was leaked. There must be some kind of connection between these incidents. Her mind was spinning quickly. On the other end of the phone, Yi Zisu was still crying, and it annoyed her. She shouted impatiently, "Stop crying. What can you solve by crying now? Can you bring a dead person back to life?" Yi Zisu was shocked by her shout. Her tears were still flowing, but she didn't dare to cry out loud. She sobbed a few times and burped. "Mom, tell me, why is our family so unlucky, but Ji Yuqi is so lucky? Even the bomb couldn't kill her. Does she have the protection of a god or something?" Hearing her words, Chen Tingfang's mind flashed. She suddenly figured out the whole thing. Planting the bomb and attacking Ji Yunhan must have been done by Su Yanqing. In the end, not only did she not succeed, she became a target of scorn. Everyone wanted to beat her up. It wasn't because Ji Yuqi was lucky, but because there really was someone protecting her. It seemed that Ji Yuqi's backer was very powerful. Even the Black Flame sect was no match for him. In the future, she had to be more careful. Otherwise, she wouldn't know when the other party would destroy her. After Ji Yuqi posted the video of Su Yanqing's murder on the internet, she waited for the police to investigate. She knew that with the public condemnation, the police would definitely treat this matter seriously. She was right. The murder on the internet had caused a sensation. The news media said that the gangs were too powerful and the citizens didn't feel safe. Some people even started to question the lack of action of the law enforcement. The government's credibility was affected by a crisis. The higher-ups were pressuring them to pay more attention to the fight against the gangs. The police were under pressure from all levels and actively collected evidence of the Black Flame sect's crimes. They also set up an inescapable net to hunt down Su Yanqing and her gang. When Su Yanqing was arrested, she had already created a fake ID and boarded a plane to fly abroad. A few plainclothes police officers subdued her on the plane. When she was escorted off the plane, the surrounding crowd applauded and cheered. The other high-ranking members of the Black Flame sect were also arrested on their way to escape. Ing City's government launched a heavy attack and achieved great success in the fight against the gangs. All the members of the Black Flame sect were arrested, and the other gangs were also disbanded. At least on the surface, they seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Su Yanqing was suspected of murder, drug trafficking, premeditated murder, and many other crimes. She was sentenced to death with a 2-year reprieve. She thought that as long as she performed well during the reprieve, she might have a chance to live. However, she didn't know that this was just the beginning of her nightmare. After entering the prison, she was targeted by the bosses of the prison. When she was eating, someone purposely knocked over her lunchbox. When she was bathing, and when she was resting, there were people who sexually harassed her. Although this was a women's prison, the long-term sexual repression had caused the female prisoner's psychology to be distorted. They would imitate men's *X actions and harass the new prisoners. They even forced the new prisoners to serve them. And Su Yanqing was that unlucky new prisoner. The prison bully brought a group of tall and strong women to beat her up every day. In the beginning, she still had the strength to fight back. However, after a long period of malnutrition, her physical strength deteriorated. She couldn't fight back and could only watch as they humiliated her. She complained to the prison guards several times, but the result was that the prison bully treated her even more cruelly. In just a few months, her hands and feet were crippled, and her face was disfigured. She lived a life worse than death every day. She wanted to commit suicide, but she was saved time and time again. She was brainwashed by the people around her and gradually became crazy. Her mental state was very poor, and she was finally sent to a mental hospital to spend the rest of her life there. She was often bullied by other patients and even doctors. She did not know her own name, and she had forgotten everything. She wandered down the corridor like a zombie. When she was bullied, she would laugh foolishly, and saliva would drip from the corner of her mouth. She had even forgotten how to cry. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Jiang Tianhao had already joined the Oriental Real Estate Design Department. As a newcomer, he was often ostracized by the senior staff. Fortunately, the director of the design department valued him and often taught him how to build a good relationship with his colleagues and how to work better. He also often gave him some more important tasks to train his ability. Overall, he was quite satisfied with his current work situation. As for Ji Yuqi, she had already rented a floor in the World Trade Center and established the China branch of Free Clothing Company. She had also hired more than 10 designers. These designers would be famous fashion designers in 5 years. However, they were still fresh graduates. Other than being full of enthusiasm, they had no experience to speak of. I don't care if you have experience or not. What I care about is your brains and your talents. I am willing to provide you with a good working environment, a perfect reward system, and nurture you to grow step by step. On the day of the designer's appointment, Ji Yuqi looked at each of them sincerely and conveyed the philosophy of free company. Freedom, flight, growth. I hope you have the courage to pursue your dreams. I hope you will eventually become the founding members of the company. Don't let me down. The enthusiasm in the hearts of the young designers was aroused. They immediately said that they would work harder to repay the company. Yuqi, you are really amazing now. Qing Sheng crossed her legs and sat opposite Ji Yuqi. Her face was expressionless, but a faint smile flashed across her cold eyes. She had changed from an assassin to the vice president of Free Clothing Company. She was really not used to it, but it didn't matter. She still had a long time to get used to it. Ji Yuqi looked up at her with a faint smile. You have also done well. Our company has changed from an empty shell to what it is now. You have contributed greatly. Let's not talk about other things. Just the fact that you helped me find this group of designers is already very impressive. Qing Sheng shrugged and said blandly, You gave me the list. In the end, you are amazing. You actually noticed that they were different. Ji Yuqi chuckled. She was not amazing. She just had a good memory. In her previous life, she liked to read fashion magazines the most. She remembered the names of those famous fashion designers. That was why she was able to win them over to her company before they became famous. That was cheating. All right, let's stop praising each other. How did your negotiation with Yulei go? Qing Sheng frowned. That man is as cunning as a fox. He tried to lower our price step by step. However, I am not someone to be trifled with. Of course, I won't let him have his way. I told him that tomorrow is the last negotiation. If he agrees to our terms, we have a deal. If he doesn't, he can go away and have fun. Yuchi couldn't help but laugh. Hey, your assassin temper is acting up again. That's how business is. You go back and forth, and you test each other. It takes a long time to reach an agreement. However, you are right to pressure him. We can afford to wait, but he can't. That old fox Yu Lindong has been pressuring him a lot recently. Awesome novel, Shinwu, $7.99. Chapter 853. The location of the last negotiation between Free Clothing and Gaucho Technology was the conference room of Gaucho Technology. Only Yulei and Qingsang were in the large conference room. Yulei was indeed the most outstanding descendant of the Yu family and the future successor. He was different from Shun's arrogant and domineering aura, and also different from Gu Fifen's elegance. He was extraordinarily handsome and had a very positive quality, which made people want to get close to him. Even when negotiating in the business world, he didn't hide this quality at all. He often used his own feelings to defeat his opponents. He put his hands on the conference table, leaned forward slightly, and stared into Qingsang's eyes with bright eyes. He laughed heartily and said, "Qingsang, we've dealt with each other several times. Do you mind if I call you Qingsang? I can give you the land at Sand River Bay in the west of the city, and I can give you the domestic sales channels for free for 10 years. But I can't give you the overseas sales channels. This is the biggest concession I can make. If we can't reach an agreement, I can only express my regret." Qingsang leaned back in the chair. She clasped her hands and looked at Yulei calmly with her dark eyes. Her voice had a unique coldness. "Okay, deal." Yulei obviously didn't expect her to agree so readily. He was stunned, but quickly reacted. He stood up and stretched out his right hand with a warm smile. "Qingsang, happy cooperation." Qingsang also stood up and shook his right hand. "Happy cooperation. Mr. Yu, I hope to sign a contract tomorrow. Is there any problem with the contract preparation?" "No problem. The contract has been drafted. My secretary will send it to you in advance." Yulei smiled, revealing his white teeth. He was very charming. "Okay, then, I won't disturb you. Goodbye." Qingsang picked up her briefcase with a calm expression. She didn't look like she had just negotiated a big deal at all. Yulei raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Qingsang, we're friends now. Can you do me the honor of having a meal together to celebrate the success of our negotiation?" Qingsang glanced at her watch and said lightly, "Sorry, I've already made an appointment with someone at noon." Yulei's smile didn't change. "Then we'll celebrate together after signing the contract tomorrow. How about that?" Qingsang was expressionless. "If you insist." A smile appeared in Yulei's eyes. Could it be that this woman only had one kind of expression? He shrugged and opened the door for her like a gentleman. He smiled and said, "I insist. Let's look forward to the signing ceremony tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Qingsang carried her briefcase and turned to leave. Her figure, wrapped in a beige suit, was curvy and exquisite. Her steps were light and graceful, swaying gracefully. From her back, no one would have guessed that she had a pretty face like an iceberg. Yulei looked at her back and raised his eyebrows. A look of interest flashed across his eyes. Free Clothing's CEO's office. Yuchi leaped up from her seat, threw herself at Qingsang, and hugged her. Her face was full of smiles. "Qingsang, I knew you could do it. The land in the west of the city is ours. Also, the company's domestic sales channels are open. Our company is finally on the right track." Qingsang felt a little awkward being hugged by her. She coughed awkwardly and said dryly, "Let go of me first." "Oh, I'm sorry. I was too excited and forgot." Yuchi hurriedly let go of her. Qingsang hated physical contact with others the most. Qingsang's eyes flashed with a faint smile. Her voice was no longer flat, and there was a hint of emotion in it. "Yuchi, the land in the west of the city is now a barren land overgrown with weeds. It's far from the city, and transportation is inconvenient. Why do you want it?" Yuchi sat back in her seat and said with a smile, "I thought you wouldn't ask. Let me tell you, that land is worthless now. However, the government is likely to build a development zone in the west of the city. When that time comes, the price of the land in Shaoyuan will be several times higher than it is now. It's precisely because that land is worthless now that Yue is willing to give it to you so readily. What he can't bear to part with is the domestic sales channel. The Yu family had hundreds of large chain shopping malls in the country. What Ji Yuqi wanted was to have a free counter in each of the Yu family shopping malls. This meant that Free Clothing Company had used the Yu family shopping malls to open up domestic sales channels. For the Yu family, providing free with a free counter for 10 years was a huge loss for them. As for the overseas sales channel, it would be better if they got it. However, it didn't matter if they didn't get it. When they first brought it up, it was also to give Yue a greater sense of achievement when bargaining. This kind of mentality was just like buying things. The more expensive something was, the lower the price you bought it at, the more you would feel that you had taken advantage of it. In reality, the shop was just raising the price to give you a sense of psychological satisfaction. Qing Seng admired Ji Yuqi very much. She really didn't know how a girl in her early 20s could understand the business world so well. She knew so many twists and turns of the business world. With this thought in mind, she asked naturally. Ji Yuqi raised her eyebrows and smiled. She said slowly, "Hey, I have a famous teacher to guide me." Qing Seng frowned. A famous teacher. Was she referring to her father, Ji Bowen, or the young master Shun? Ji Yuqi rarely saw Qing Seng frowning and deep in thought. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. "All right, don't think about it. It's time for lunch. Let's eat together." Qing Seng stood up as well. The two of them had just walked to the door of the office when the door was suddenly opened from the outside. A handsome and elegant figure entered their line of sight. Ji Yuqi rushed to the person in surprise. "Aja, why are you back? Didn't you say that you would be back in 2 days?" Shunja's handsome face had a natural and gentle smile. He rubbed her hair and said, "I heard that someone closed a big business deal, so I came back to celebrate." "Why? Am I not welcome?" "Of course you are welcome." Ji Yuqi grabbed his hand happily. Shunja had gone abroad to discuss business. He had been gone for a week. This was the first time she had experienced the feeling of missing someone. If Qing Seng hadn't been there, she would have rushed to give him a warm hug. Shunja pulled her into his arms and wrapped his arms tightly around her waist. His deep black eyes were shining with a smile. He lowered his head and got closer and closer to her cheek. She blushed and said softly, "Don't. Qing Seng is still here." He chuckled. His deep and magnetic voice seemed to come from his chest. "She left long ago." As soon as he finished speaking, he kissed her lips gently. She couldn't help but wrap her arms around his waist. He gently rubbed her cheek and murmured softly, "Chi-Chi, did you miss me?" "Yes." She leaned her head against his chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. She couldn't hide the smile in her eyes. "I missed you too. I missed you so much that I couldn't sleep." He kissed her hair and rubbed his hot palm on her slender waist. The two of them were tightly pressed together. They didn't want to be separated from each other. Gulp, gulp. A strange sound broke the warm atmosphere. Shunja chuckled softly. Ji Yuqi covered his ears and said coquettishly, "You didn't hear anything." "Oh, I really didn't hear anything." He smiled and kissed her pouty lips again. He held her hand and said, "Let's go and eat. I suddenly feel very hungry." Next to the World Trade Center was a shopping mall. It had food, shopping, and entertainment. The two of them came out of the World Trade Center and walked toward the shopping mall while chatting and laughing. In a cafe across the street, a man and a woman were sitting by the window. The woman inadvertently looked out the window and saw a young man and woman holding hands across the street. The man lowered his head and whispered something in the woman's ear. The woman immediately smiled charmingly. "Sister Chun, what's wrong?" Xiao Yihan followed Chun Tingfang's gaze and asked with concern. Chun Tingfang looked away and smiled. "I think I saw my eldest daughter. Maybe I was mistaken." She believed that she was not mistaken. The woman holding the stranger's arm and smiling brightly was Ji Yuqi. Unfortunately, she could only see the man's side profile. She could not see who he was. Xiao Yihan's clear eyes were smiling brightly. Her voice was as charming as pearls and jade. Sister Chen's eldest daughter seems to be called Ji Yuqi. right? People say that it's hard to be a stepmother. Sister Chun, it's really been hard on you all these years. Over the past month, Xiao Han had asked Chen Tingfang out a few times. They ate, rode horses, swam, climbed mountains, and so on. Chen Tingfang always called Yi Zissou. It was obvious that she wanted to matchmake them. Unfortunately, the two of them did not seem to have feelings for each other. Xiao Han was very polite to Yi Zissou, and Zissou only treated Xiao Han as a normal friend. After so many times, Chen Tingfang could only give up on matchmaking. However, her relationship with Xiao Han had become much closer. Occasionally, she would talk about some family matters. Chen Tingfang's smile was a little bitter. She lowered her eyes and looked at the coffee cup in front of her. She said lightly, "So what? Who told me to have this kind of life? Ihan, you're still young. You don't know how hard it is for a woman. When you have a wife in the future, you must treat her better. No matter how hard it is for a woman, as long as she has a man who knows her well and loves her, she will be satisfied." The smile on Xiao Han's face gradually disappeared. His clear eyes became deep and seemed to contain many complex emotions. He stared fixedly at Chen Tingfang's well-maintained and charming face. His thin lips moved slightly as if he wanted to say something. His sudden silence made Chen Tingfang feel strange. She raised her head to look at him. He looked like a child who had been caught cheating by his teacher. He looked away in a panic, and his cheeks were slightly red. When Chen Tingfang saw his shy look, the knot in her heart miraculously disappeared. She raised her eyebrows and joked, "You seem to be very shy every time we talk about women. Ihan, have you never been in a relationship before?" Xiao Han coughed awkwardly to hide his panic. "How could that be? I used to have many girlfriends." Chen Tingfang supported her chin with one hand. Her beautiful eyes blinked with interest. She opened her red eyes slightly and said softly, "Ihan, don't tell me you're still a virgin." Beauty novel Hong Cha 866. Chapter 854. Xiao Yihan's handsome face instantly flushed red. His eyes widened as he stammered. "Sister Chen." Chen Tingfang covered her mouth with her right hand and giggled. Her voice was soft and gentle with a hint of teasing. "So I guessed correctly." Her every movement exuded a unique feminine charm. Her every frown and smile was mesmerizing. Many men in the cafe were attracted to her. Even Xiao Yihan, whose face was flushed red from embarrassment, stared at her without blinking. His clear and moist eyes were shining brightly, so bright that it was frightening. His handsome face was getting redder and redder, as if it was about to drip water. He bit his lip. He looked helpless and innocent. Chen Tingfang's motherly love was ignited. She couldn't help but reach out and pinch his smooth skin. She smiled and said, "There's nothing to be shy about. It's rare to see a boy who is so clean and honest. You're a good boy. In the future, there will be a good girl who will give you happiness." Xiao Yihan bit her lips again. She seemed to have made up her mind. She suddenly grabbed Chun Xiaobei's hand. Her burning hot palm wrapped around Chun Xiaobei's hand tightly. With a serious expression, she said, "Sister Chun, I like you." Chen Tingfang felt as if she had been burned by fire. She quickly flung his hand away and laughed dryly. "Ihan, you're my younger brother. I like you too." Xiao Ihan hurriedly said, "It's not that kind of like. Sister Chun, my feelings for you." He paused, and his handsome face began to blush again. "My feelings for you are that of a man and a woman." Chen Tingfang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. She actually felt her blood boiling. She quickly pressed her palm against her chest. After all, she was someone who had experienced great storms. She quickly calmed down and smiled. "Ihan, you're still young. You don't know what love is. You probably think I'm your mother. This isn't like it's kinship. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave first." After she finished speaking, she did not even look at him. She picked up her handbag and was about to leave when Xiao Yihan grabbed her arm. His scorching gaze made her heart ache. His voice was low and he was serious like never before. "I didn't make a mistake. I really like you. If I didn't like you, why would I ask you out so often? I also know that you want to set me up with Zissou. You don't know how sad I am. My pain, my struggle, you don't understand. I know that there is a big gap between us, but when it comes to love, it just happens. I can't control it. I just want to love you. Is that wrong?" When he said the last sentence, his tone was so humble. He even looked at her with pleading eyes. She was stunned. Her body froze on the spot, and her heart raced uncontrollably. In her life, she had only loved one person, and that was Ji Bowen. However, in the end, she still listened to her family's wishes and married Yi Zhaoxian. Even after she married Ji Bowen, the two of them lost their previous feelings for each other. She thought that she would never have love again. However, when the young and handsome boy in front of her confessed to her, her heart raced and her blood started to boil. A small voice in her head quietly told her, "You're not old yet. There are still outstanding men who love you. Accept him. Tingfang, I don't expect you to accept me. I just want to love you silently. Can't I do that?" Xiao Yihan's deep eyes were filled with pain. The hand holding her trembled slightly. He was very nervous and apprehensive as he waited for her answer. Shen Tingfang's heart trembled. She gathered all her rationality and slowly pushed his hand away. "Yihan, let's not meet again. I don't want to ruin you." She didn't dare to look at his disappointed eyes again. She grabbed her handbag and fled in a hurry. She ran to the roadside and got into her car. She still saw Xiao Yihan standing in a daze in the cafe. The mottled light fell on his handsome face. It was so cold that it made her heart tremble. She slowly closed her eyes and ordered Xie Bing to drive. Xie Bing turned his head and glanced in Xiao Yihan's direction. He expressionlessly started the car. Shen Tingfang's calm heart was stirred up by Xiao Yihan's pebble. She couldn't calm down for a long time. Her mind was in a mess, and she temporarily forgot to find out who Ji Yuqi's date was. Yi Zhisu had been very unhappy recently. Jiang Tianhao was no longer as attentive and considerate to her as before. In the past, no matter when she called him, he would immediately rush to her side. He often said that she was his princess and he was her knight. No matter what trouble she encountered, he would appear by her side. But now, when she sent him text messages, he often didn't reply. When she called him, he said that he was busy. When she wanted to see him, he said that he was working overtime at the company. Every time she couldn't help but throw a tantrum, Jiang Tianhao would pacify her and say affectionately, "Zhisu, I have nothing now. In order to marry you, in order to let us live a good life, I have to work hard. You will definitely understand, right?" What else could Yi Zhisu say? She could only suppress her dissatisfaction and put on a gentle smile on her face. She hugged his waist and gently expressed that she understood. One day, Ji Yuqi and Ji Yunhan were nestled on the sofa in the living room to watch a melodramatic romance drama. Ji Yunhan pointed to the second female lead and said disdainfully, "Is that woman an idiot?" Once a man tells a woman that he's busy and doesn't answer her calls or reply to her texts, it means that he doesn't love her anymore. What's more, it's a sign that he's having an affair. That woman actually foolishly believed her boyfriend's words. "Sigh, Mom, I can't watch this stupid drama anymore." Ji Yuqi smacked her head and scolded jokingly, "Go away, you little brat. How old are you? You speak as if you know a lot about relationships." Ji Yunhan said unhappily, "Even though I don't understand what you mean by love, I understand men. There are many boys in our class like that. When they're chasing girls, they're all over the place and treat them extremely well. Once they're tired of playing, they find the girl annoying and start to neglect her." Ji Yunhan rambled on and on. Ji Yuqi rolled her eyes as she listened. She laughed unhappily and said, "According to what you're saying, there are no good men in the world?" Ji Yunhan puffed out his chest proudly and said with a proud expression, "What kind of eyes are you talking about? There's one right in front of you." The siblings chatted happily, and their laughter could be heard from time to time in the living room. Yi Zhisu, who was standing on the second floor, was pale as a sheet. Her fingers gripped the railing tightly. Could it really be like what Ji Yunhan said? That Tianhao was already tired of her? He was just a newbie who had just joined the company and hadn't even passed the probation period. How could he have so much work to do? The more Yi Zhisu thought about it, the more frightened she became. Her mind was in a mess. She gritted her teeth and sent a text to Jiang Tianhao. Tianhao, are you working overtime again tonight? I don't have class tonight. I'll make a lunchbox and send it to your office, okay? After waiting for more than half an hour, he finally replied, no need. Our company will provide meals for those who are working overtime. I don't want you to be too tired. The meeting is about to start. Let's chat when we're free. If it was in the past, she would have been very happy to hear him say that he didn't want her to be too tired. But now, she couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She suspected that he didn't want to see her. Trust and suspicion warred in her mind. In the end, suspicion won out. Yi Zissou personally made a few dishes, put them in a lunchbox, and left the house. Ji Yuqi and Ji Yunhan stood by the second-floor window and watched Yi Zissou leave. They couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Ji Yunhan chuckled and said, Sis, did you plan to spy in Dongfang real estate? Otherwise, how would you know what Jiang Tianhao has been busy with recently? Ji Yuqi's smile deepened. Of course. Aren't Jiang Tianhao and Yi Zissou true love? Since it's true love, it has to be able to withstand the test. I'll let them experience all the twists and turns that love has to go through. Haha. Ji Yunhan shook his shoulders exaggeratedly. Sis, please don't laugh like that in front of my brother-in-law. I'm really worried that he'll abandon you because of this. Ji Yuqi glanced at him. Why? It's so gloomy and scary. Be careful that he doesn't like you. After Ji Yunhan finished speaking, he quickly jumped away, afraid that she would take revenge on him. Ji Yuqi retorted naturally, no way. He's seen me even scarier. Who would dislike me? He won't dislike me. She said these words calmly and didn't feel that there was anything wrong with them. However, Ji Yunhan's gaze towards her changed. There was a little jealousy and a little jealousy. He said sourly, I didn't expect you to trust him so much. Men like to eat from a bowl and look at the pot. You have to be careful and not be fooled by him too badly. Ji Yuqi reached out and rubbed his head. She smiled evilly and said, Are you jealous? Don't worry. Even if I get married in the future, I'll still be your sister. I won't abandon you. Ji Yunhan looked away and snorted proudly. Who's jealous? Finally, someone wants you. You don't need me to take care of you anymore. I'm more than happy. Back to Yi Zissou. She took her lunchbox and went to Dongfang Real Estate Company to look for Jiang Tianhao. It was already past 8 o'clock, and the company had already knocked off. The office was empty except for 1 or 2 employees working overtime. She asked for the location of the design department's office and walked straight to the other end of the corridor. Tianhao, I'll have to trouble you to work overtime with me. A sweet baby voice was especially clear in the quiet night. Yi Zissou stopped in her tracks and stood in the corridor. She looked at the 2 people in the office from afar. A tall and slender man stood beside a cute girl. His handsome face had a gentle smile as he said gently, It's okay. This document should have been completed by the 2 of us. Xiao Shui, look here. There's a mistake in this row of data. I'm too careless. Fortunately, you're here. Lin Shui smiled and looked up. She bumped into Jiang Tianhao, who was bent over the computer. Their faces were close, and his lips just happened to touch her forehead. Beauty novel Hongcha 866. Chapter 855. I'm sorry. Lin Shui's cheeks were red as she stood up from the chair in a panic. Unexpectedly, she stood up too quickly. She was also wearing high heels, so she lost her balance and fell backward. Be careful. Jiang Tianhao reflexively reached out to grab her waist. She screamed as she steadied herself and fell straight into his arms. Ba thump, ba thump. Xuelin's heart was beating very fast. She was still in shock. Her hands were tightly gripping Jiang Tianhao's suit. Her small face was deathly pale, and her pair of clear eyes were wide open. It was obvious that she had not recovered from the shock just now. Jiang Tianhao looked at her misty eyes and saw that she was as cute as a frightened little white rabbit. For some reason, he patted her back gently and said in a gentle voice, It's okay now. Ah, I'm sorry. Lin Shui finally reacted and hurriedly pushed him away. As she retreated, she bumped into the chair again, and her body staggered. Jiang Tianhao hurriedly grabbed her arm and said helplessly, "Be careful." She was so embarrassed that her cheeks were red. She lowered her eyes and did not dare to look at him. Jiang Tianhao looked at her bashful appearance and could not help but smile. What a cute little muddle-headed egg. The atmosphere in the office was ambiguous. Yi Zissou stared at the two of them with a livid expression. Her chest was filled with the anger of betrayal. Her fingers gripped the lunchbox tightly. She really wanted to throw the lunchbox at that vixen's face. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. After doing so many times, she finally suppressed the anger in her heart. She tried hard to adjust her facial expression. Finally, a smile appeared on her lips. She tidied her clothes and hair and walked into the office gracefully. She called softly, "Tianhao." Jiang Tianhao quickly let go of Lin Shui's hand and turned his head. The smile on his handsome face was natural and warm. "Zissou, didn't I say that I didn't want you to be tired? Why did you still come? My heart aches for you." Yi Zissou walked up to him gracefully and put the lunchbox on Lin Shui's desk. She put one arm around Jiang Tianhao's waist, stood on tiptoe, and kissed him on the lips. She said softly, "You must be hungry after working so late. I made chicken soup and your favorite dishes. Thank you for your hard work." Jiang Tianhao stroked her hair and turned his gaze to Shui Lin. Seeing her standing there awkwardly, he suddenly felt a trace of resentment towards Yi Zissou. He blamed her for not knowing how to take care of other people's feelings. She neglected Shui Lin and made him lose face in front of his colleagues. He secretly shook Yi Zissou's hand and smiled. "Zissou, let's get to know each other. This is my colleague, Lin Shui." Yi Zissou leaned into Jiang Tianhao's arms and reached out her hand to Lin Shui. She smiled and said, "Miss Lin, nice to meet you. I am Tianhao's fiancée, Yi Zissou." Lin Shui shook her hand and smiled unnaturally. "Nice to meet you, Miss Yi." Yi Zissou smiled gracefully. "Miss Lin, you haven't eaten yet, right? If you don't mind, you can eat with our Tianhao." Lin Shui quickly waved her hand. No, I've already eaten my lunch. Thank you for your kindness." Yi Zissou smiled and didn't say anything else. She turned and hugged Jiang Tianhao's arm. She picked up the lunchbox with her other hand and said softly, "Tianhao, let's eat first. Otherwise, the food will get cold. Where's your desk?" "Over there." Jiang Tianhao led Yi Zissou to his desk. After walking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something. He turned around and said to Lin Shui, who was standing there in a daze, "Lin Shui, correct the mistake just now. I'll check to see if there are any problems later." Lin Shui quickly nodded. Okay. Walking to Jiang Tianhao's desk, Yi Zissou was very unhappy. Was there a mistake? It was actually 2 rows behind Lin Shui. From here, she could clearly see Lin Shui's back. Wasn't it convenient for her to seduce Tianhao? She was fuming inside, but she had a sweet smile on her face. She personally scooped a bowl of soup for Jiang Tianhao. She scooped a spoonful of soup and brought it to his mouth. She said softly, "Tianhao, have a bowl of chicken soup first to warm your stomach." Jiang Tianhao's brows relaxed, and his expression softened. He took a sip from her hand. "It's delicious. I didn't expect Zissou's cooking skills to be so good." Yi Zissou pouted playfully. "Of course. Don't you know who I am? I'm your future wife. Of course I have to learn how to cook. Only then will I be able to capture your stomach." In the past, when the two of them were together, they often joked about this. Jiang Tianhao would definitely make her happy. But now, his feelings for Yi Zissou were gradually fading. When he heard these words again, he only felt awkward. He just smiled and didn't say anything else. Yi Zissou mistakenly thought that he was worried about Lin Shui and didn't want to tease her in front of her. She became angrier and even resented him. She had always been wholeheartedly devoted to him and even gave him her virginity. But what about him? One moment, he was sucking up to Ji Yuqi. The next moment, he was sucking up to his female colleagues. Why didn't he think about her? She was his official fiancée. With this thought, she was no longer in the mood to pretend to be gentle and virtuous. She stuffed the bowl of soup into his hands and quietly sat beside him. She turned her head away in a fit of pique and didn't even look at Jiang Tianhao. Jiang Tianhao saw that she was sulking and his mind raced. Could it be that she was jealous because she saw him hugging Lin Shui just now? That couldn't be right. If she really saw it with her temper, she would definitely have rushed out and flipped out. She wouldn't have held it in until now. Then, what exactly was going on? Jiang Tianhao was exhausted after a tiring day and still had to guess what Yi Zissou was thinking. He felt that she was too immature and was even more dissatisfied with her. He put down his chopsticks and moved in front of her. He pulled her into his arms and whispered, "Baby, what's wrong? You don't seem too happy." Yi Zissou pouted and said in a muffled voice, "Do you not want to see me?" Jiang Tianhao hugged her tightly and said mushy words as if they were free. "Of course not. I miss you so much that I can't sleep at night. I just want to marry you as soon as possible. I work so hard just so that I can live with you every day. Baby, I know I've been too busy recently and neglected you. Don't be angry, okay?" Yi Zissou looked up at him and wrapped her arms around his neck. Her beautiful big eyes were misty and her red lips were slightly pouted as if she was extremely wronged. She said softly, "I thought you didn't like me anymore." Even though Jiang Tianhao was disgusted with her, when he saw her pitiful appearance, he couldn't help but think of the two of them making love. His body couldn't help but heat up. He hugged her tighter and said in a hoarse voice, "Silly, what are you thinking? You're my future wife. If I don't like you, who else would I like?" Yi Zissou smiled through her tears and threw herself into his arms. She whispered in his ear, "Tianhao, I love you so much. Don't leave me, okay?" A certain part of Jiang Tianhao's body quietly raised its head. He mischievously rubbed against her abdomen and whispered into her ear, "Don't say, I don't want to leave you. Even it doesn't want to leave you." Yi Zissou shyly buried her head in his arms and gently punched his chest. "You're so bad. How can you do this?" With a beauty in his arms and a faint fragrance wafting into his nose, Jiang Tianhao's body felt even more uncomfortable. His handsome cheeks were flushed, and the sweat on his forehead flowed slowly down his hairline. He suddenly pulled Yi Zissou's hand and stood up. His tight suit pants immediately revealed his tight suit pants. He quickly took off his jacket and wrapped it around his waist. His breathing was unsteady as he said, "Zissou, my work is almost done. Let's go home." "Oh, okay. Hey, slow down. Wait a minute, I forgot my lunchbox." "It's okay. I'll come and get it tomorrow." Yi Zissou was pulled by Jiang Tianhao as they ran. She couldn't help but look back at Lin Shui. She didn't expect Lin Shui to also look up. Their eyes just happened to meet. Lin Shui looked surprised. She obviously didn't understand why they suddenly left. Yi Zissou smiled coquettishly with arrogance in her eyes. The two ran all the way to the underground parking lot. Jiang Tianhao snatched the car key from Yi Zissou's hand, opened the door, and pulled her into the driver's seat. He didn't even have time to close the door before he eagerly kissed her face. Wait a minute. Not here." Yi Zissou panicked. She pulled the door over and locked it tightly. Jiang Tianhao panted, "It's okay. No one will be here." He couldn't hold it in anymore. If he held it in any longer, he would definitely go crazy. In the narrow car, a fiery drama soon unfolded. The two people who were deeply in love soon lost their way. They were completely unaware that a thin figure had quietly appeared behind a pillar and recorded everything with a camera. When Ji Yuqi received those photos, she was in the Golden Bay having dinner with Shun Jia. Her phone beeped twice, indicating that she had received a new email. She logged into her mailbox and saw the photos. The corners of her lips curled up. She had accidentally added a little deer penis powder to Yi Zissou's chicken soup. She didn't expect the two of them to be so passionate about it. She must give a good review to the shop that sold the deer penis powder. A large hand suddenly reached over and snatched her phone away. Shunja glanced at the photos and said seriously, "It looks very interesting. We could try it in the future." Ji Yuqi glared at him and snatched the phone back. "If you talk nonsense again, I'll beat you up." Shunja stretched his arm in front of her and said calmly, I'll let you beat me up. Feel free. She narrowed her eyes slightly. Suddenly, the corners of her lips curled up. She smiled like a sly little fox and quickly grabbed his arm. She opened her mouth and bit his wrist, leaving a circle of teeth marks. Look, doesn't it look like a watch? She proudly showed off her work. When we were young, Tang Feng and I always liked to bite each other's wrists. We said it was to give each other a watch. Now that I think about it, it was really silly. Ji Yuqi was suddenly excited and rambled on about many interesting things when they were young. She didn't notice that a certain man's face was getting darker and darker. Add Songshu 566. Chapter 856. Don't say any more. Shun just suddenly pulled her into his embrace, his arms tightly wrapped around her waist, in an extremely domineering posture, encircling her. Ji Yuqi blinked in confusion and looked up at him. Suddenly, she met his dark eyes. The corners of his lips were straight, and he had an expression that said, "I'm very unhappy." She pouted, hugged his neck, and shook it. Young Master Shun, what are you angry about? I'm just unhappy. Very unhappy. Shunja frowned and said in an extremely childish voice. Ji Yuqi blinked. Why? If you're unhappy, there must be a reason, right? Shunja's brows were so tightly furrowed that they could almost squeeze a mosquito to death. He asked in an unfriendly tone, "Are you on good terms with Tang Feng?" Ji Yuqi's mind worked very quickly. Her eyes were smiling, and gradually, she burst out laughing. Aja, are you jealous? Is it because Tang Feng and I are childhood sweethearts, so you're jealous? The little girl in front of him had an expression of enjoyment on her face, and it made him feel an indescribable sense of grievance. He was exuding cold air, and his gaze was so cold that it made people tremble. He said stiffly, "I'm jealous. What's so good about Tang Feng? You're not allowed to have any contact with him in the future." Okay, I won't have any contact with him. Ji Yuqi knew that a certain someone was angry, so she skillfully smoothed his hair. The smile on her delicate face was as bright as a blooming rose, and it made his heart palpitate. He couldn't help but lean down and kiss her lips. When Ji Yuqi returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock. She took a shower, changed into her pajamas, and planned to go to the kitchen to heat up a glass of milk. When she walked into the living room, she saw Yi Zissou swaying her waist as she walked in. Her big watery eyes were still full of lust. Her lips were slightly red and swollen, and her neck was covered with little hickeys. At first glance, she knew that Jiang Tianhao had loved her very much. "Sister Chi-Chi, it's so late. You're still awake?" Yi Zissou shyly pulled at her collar, as if trying to cover the marks on her neck. Ji Yuqi's eyes moved slightly, and her tone was indifferent. "Yes, why did you come back so late?" Yi Zissou automatically interpreted her expression as jealousy. Her lips curled up into a shy smile, and she shyly stroked her hair. "I went to Tianhao's company to see him, but I didn't expect him to— I'm sorry, Sister Chi-Chi. I shouldn't have mentioned him in front of you. Bitches were so pretentious." Seeing her pretentious look, Ji Yuqi almost spat out her dinner. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she expressionlessly said, "It's late. Go to bed early. Good night." With that said, she didn't even look at her and walked straight to the kitchen. Yi Zissou looked at her cold back and sneered. She was just a used shoe abandoned by Tianhao. Why was she pretending to be a cold and elegant goddess? She was Tianhao's true love. Other women could just step aside. Thinking about Jiang Tianhao's passion, Yi Zissou's pretty face couldn't help but heat up. Holding her aching waist, she slowly walked upstairs. When she pushed open the door, she didn't expect her mother to be sitting on the chair in her pajamas, staring at her with a frosty expression. "Mom, it's so late. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Yi Zissou guiltily put down her arms and quickly walked up to her. Chen Tingfang's gaze was as sharp as a knife, and she scanned her from head to toe. Yi Zissou awkwardly covered her neck. Chen Tingfang furrowed her brows in annoyance and said angrily, "Don't be so secretive. Anyone can tell what you've done." "What did I tell you? I told you not to have sex with that guy. Once a woman gives herself to a man, she's worthless. Don't you understand? You don't look like a rich young lady at all. Your Uncle G doesn't have a good impression of you to begin with, and you're still fooling around. Are you trying to make him hate you more and more so that he'll get rid of you sooner? Yi Zissou pursed her lips in dissatisfaction and muttered softly, "Even if he doesn't hate me, I still have to get married. Mom, don't be so stubborn. A woman's youth only lasts a few years. If I don't enjoy love now, when I'm old, I won't have the capital to enjoy it, even if I want to." Chen Tingfang's expression became uglier, and there were signs that she was going to flip out. Yi Zissou hurriedly hugged her arm and acted coquettishly. "Mom, don't be angry. I promise I'll come back earlier in the future. I definitely won't be found out by Uncle G." "Mom, don't be angry. You won't be pretty if you're angry. Don't be angry. I gave birth to such a disappointing daughter. It would be strange if I wasn't angry." Chen Tingfang poked her forehead with her finger. Her expression was still not good. "You'd better be more careful in the future. Don't let anyone have anything against you. Don't kill anyone." As she said this, she glanced at her flat stomach. Yi Zissou's face turned red. She pouted playfully and said, "I know, Mom. We've always taken protective measures." The scene in the underground parking lot suddenly flashed through her mind. At that time, Tianhao was in a hurry and didn't have time to take any protective measures. Fortunately, if it wasn't for her mother's reminder, she would have forgotten to take the morning after pill. After coaxing Chen Tingfang away with kind words, Yi Zissou hurriedly took the morning after pill and comfortably soaked in the bathtub. While playing with the rose petals on the water, she thought about the matter between her and Jiang Tianhao. She was confident that Jiang Tianhao loved her. However, it wasn't a good idea to always have a vixen hanging around him. She had to think of a way to get Lin Shui away from him. It would be best if she could drive her out of their company. Yi Zissou's thoughts were beautiful. She had no idea that the gap between her and Jiang Tianhao was getting bigger and bigger. Before Jiang Tianhao stepped into the office, he pinched the space between his eyebrows. On his handsome face, a gentle and elegant smile naturally appeared. "Good morning." He politely greeted the male colleague who was walking towards him. The male colleague gave him a strange smile and patted him on the shoulder. "You brat, you're really brave." Jiang Tianhao was confused. He raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Wang Xian, what do you mean by that?" The smile on Wang Xian's face became more and more strange. It looked a bit wretched. He winked at Jiang Tianhao and said in a strange voice, "Don't pretend. Everyone in the company knows. Brat, you're now a celebrity in the company." Jiang Tianhao's heart tightened. No matter how slow he was, he understood that Wang Xian's words were not good. Did he do something wrong? He felt uneasy. Just as he was about to continue asking, the director suddenly came out of the office. With a dark face, he stared coldly at him and said loudly, "Jiang Tianhao, come to my office." Bro, go quickly. Your brother will light a candle for you." Wang Xian patted him on the shoulder and laughed gloatingly. Jiang Tianhao clenched his fists. He brushed past Wang Xian and walked towards the director's office. When he passed by Lin Shui's desk, she suddenly whispered, "Be careful." Her voice was so soft that Jiang Tianhao thought he was hallucinating. He subconsciously turned his head and caught the worried expression on Lin Shui's face. Seeing him turn his head, she quickly lowered her head. Her long eyelashes trembled rapidly, and her fingers fluttered over the keyboard in a panic. Jiang Tianhao pursed his lips. He did not stop and walked quickly to the director's office. He knocked on the door and entered after getting permission. "Director, what can I do for you?" "Jiang Tianhao, what do you think our company is? How could you do such a shameless thing? I can't believe that a person with such low moral standing like you graduated from a famous university. Your matter has already reached the company's top management. If it weren't for me, you would have been fired." Director Gao Hong had just received a reprimanding call from the company's top management. He was fuming, and now he vented his anger on Jiang Tianhao without hesitation. Jiang Tianhao clenched his fists tightly. Gao Hong's incessant scolding rang in his ears. Blurry scenes kept flashing in his mind. There was mockery, abuse, humiliation, and beatings. Gradually, the scolding overlapped with the humiliation he had suffered. His handsome face was contorted with anger. There was a wild beast roaring in his heart. He could not help but rush forward. He slammed his hands on the table and roared, "Shut up!" Gao Hong had never seen such a frightening side of Jiang Tianhao. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with a ferocious light. His face was distorted and horrifying. Both his hands were on the desk, and his body was trembling slightly due to his anger. His entire body was emitting a violent aura, which made Gao Hong shudder. The office suddenly quieted down. It was eerily quiet. Jiang Tianhao and Gao Hong faced each other across the table. One was blinded by anger, and the other was stunned. The first one to react was Gao Hong. He coughed and put on a gentle face. He said slowly, "Little Jiang, calm down. I know you're also a victim. I also sympathize with you." After Jiang Tianhao calmed down, he was filled with regret. He could not control himself. He should not have done that. He bowed to Gao Hong and said respectfully, "I'm sorry, Director. I lost my composure just now. I'm very sorry. However, I would like to ask you to clarify what I did wrong." Gao Hong opened his mouth slowly. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. He patted his shoulder and said, "All right, you're a young man who doesn't have anger. I don't blame you. Go back and take a look at the company's forum. You'll know what happened." Dongfang Real Estate Company had set up an internal communication forum. Here, there were often people gossiping about personal matters. For example, who was once a couple, who was slept with, who got divorced, and so on. Jiang Tianhao had always felt that this kind of gossip was boring. He never paid attention to it. He did not expect that one day he would become the one being gossiped about. The post with the big red title, "Violent Couple Having Car Sex, Looking Down on Passersby," was pushed to the top of the forum. The post was posted with pictures of the car sex. Each picture was very hot. Even though the appearance of the man and woman could not be seen clearly, the company's colleagues were familiar with Jiang Tianhao. As long as they took a few more glances, they would be able to recognize him. Beauty novel, Xinwu 799. Chapter 857. There were even people who recognized the woman who had sex with him in the car and exposed Yi Zis's identity in the post. They also bragged about her past great achievements, such as her bad reputation at school, and how she had an ambiguous relationship with her cousin at Miss G's birthday party. Jiang Tianhao's brain exploded, and he felt all the blood in his body rushing to his head. His fingers trembled as he clicked on the mouse and quickly browsed through the content of the post. Sure enough, there were already many people scolding him for seducing a rich girl. There were also people who said that he was able to enter this company because of Yi Zisu. "I thought he was a Prince Charming, but in the end, he's actually a gigolo who relies on women to make a living. Oh, I'm so angry." Once someone stood up and scolded him for being a gigolo who relied on women to make a living. There were countless comments below. Jiang Tianhao felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His whole body was ice cold. He clenched his teeth tightly, and the taste of rust rose in his mouth. His fingers clenched the mouse so tightly that he almost crushed it. Gigolo, gigolo, and B** star who relies on women to get to the top. These words were like a curse that drilled into his brain and repeated over and over again in his mind. He was almost driven crazy. DD, the employee's QQ rang twice. A chat box popped up. It was a message from Lin Shui. "Tianhao, I know you're in a bad mood right now. I don't know how to comfort you. Forget it. I'll just say it. I believe in your character. You're definitely not the kind of person they say you are. Don't mind what others say. Do what you want to do, and you will definitely succeed." These words were like a ray of sunlight that pierced through the layers of haze and shone into Jiang Tianhao's frozen heart. He looked at the familiar profile picture in the chat box. She had used a real person's photo. Her youthful and beautiful face and dazzling smile made him feel like he was wrapped in warmth. His fingers froze on the keyboard as he stared at Shui Lin's photo. After a long time, he finally replied with 2 words, thank you. This day, for Jiang Tianhao, was a kind of torture. No matter where he went, he felt that his colleagues were pointing at him behind his back. It was only when it was almost time to get off work that he heaved a sigh of relief. However, he did not expect the director to throw him a document. Little Jiang, this document is very important. Deal with it today and hand it to me at work tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Tianhao had no choice but to stay and work overtime. In the past, he thought that the director gave him everything because he valued him. However, after being scolded by the director in the office, he suddenly saw through the director's kind face. The director didn't value him. He was like a vampire who greedily sucked his blood and squeezed his value. Jiang Tianhao was filled with resentment, not only toward the company, but also toward the director himself. However, he had to complete the task given to him by his superior. The people in the office left one after another, leaving only 2 or 3 people working overtime. Jiang Tianhao had a headache as he sorted out the complicated data in the form. He was so busy that his head was in a mess. Unknowingly, the sky outside was already dark. His phone suddenly rang. He slid the mouse with one hand and grabbed the phone with the other. He did not have time to look at the caller ID. His tone was a little irritated. "Hello, who is this?" Yi Zixu was stunned. She had never heard Tianhao speak to her in such a tone. She was a little unhappy and said softly, "Tianhao, it's me. Where are you now? Let's have dinner together, okay?" Jiang Tianhao's fingers suddenly tightened around the phone. His anger seemed to have found a way out and was about to burst out. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to suppress it. He said slowly, "No need. I'm working overtime." Working overtime? Yi Zixu suddenly remembered that he had hugged Lin Shui. She quickly said, "Then you must not have eaten yet. I'll buy it and bring it to you." Jiang Tianhao closed his eyes and slowly opened them again. His voice was much gentler. "No need. I've already ordered takeout. Zixu, I'm a little busy right now. I'll call you when I get home. Okay?" Yi Zixu said sullenly. "Oh." Before she could say anything else, Jiang Tianhao had already hung up the phone. The anger in her heart surged. Her suspicious nature as a woman made her firmly believe that Jiang Tianhao was working overtime with Lin Shui. She couldn't let that vixen mess with Tianhao's mind. She wanted Tianhao to remember her kindness at all times. Yesterday, she had given him a lunchbox. Wasn't he very happy and enthusiastic? Then, she would try it again. Yi Zixu was full of confidence. Jiang Tianhao was in a terrible fix. After he had sorted out the data, he found that there were several loopholes in the file. If he had not checked it carefully, he would have been in big trouble. "Leave these details to me. Girls are always more meticulous." A slender hand reached in front of his computer screen and pointed at the mistakes in the electronic file. Jiang Tianhao looked up and saw Lin Shui's smiling face. She was not as pretty as Yi Zixu, nor as charming as Ji Yuqi, but she was so beautiful that it made people feel comfortable. She was like the girl next door, making people involuntarily want to get close to her. He smiled. "Okay, then I'll have to trouble you. I'll send you the electronic version through email. Don't mention it. You've helped me many times." Lin Shui stroked the hair by her ear and smiled cutely. "Then I'll go back. If there's anything else I can help you with, just let me know." "Okay." He smiled. Lin Shui's cheeks turned red. She quickly turned around and walked back to her seat. Her delicate back was like a lively and cute little rabbit. Jiang Tianhao curled his lips, and a touch of warmth flashed across his deep eyes. The two of them worked together, so the efficiency was much higher. In less than half an hour, the documents were finished. Jiang Tianhao looked at his watch and smiled. "It's already so late. Let me treat you to a meal as a reward for helping me today." Lin Shui pouted cutely. "I already said you don't have to be so polite. You should go home early. Your girlfriend must still be waiting for you." Jiang Tianhao's smile changed slightly. He avoided talking about Yi Zixu and said gently, "It's just a meal. Don't tell me you won't do me the honor." Lin Shui's cheeks turned red again. She said softly, "I don't want your girlfriend to misunderstand. With that, she quickly turned around and picked up her handbag. With her back facing him, she lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, "Well, in the future, you should eat less aphrodisiac supplements. It's not good for your body if you eat too much. Bye-bye." With that, she ran away in a panic, as if she was being chased by a monster. She accidentally bumped into the chair at the next table. The chair was knocked 3 steps away. She bent over and held her knees. She was in so much pain that she almost cried. Jiang Tianhao quickly went forward and held her arm. He said anxiously, "Why are you so careless? Where did you bump into? Is it painful? I'll take you to the hospital." "No, no need." Lin Shue's cheeks were red. She didn't dare to look back at him. She pushed his hand away and struggled to stand up straight. She limped forward. Jiang Tianhao was amused by her stubborn personality. He took a few steps forward and held her waist firmly with both hands. He said in a low voice, "I'll take you home." The palm on her waist was hot. Lin Shui trembled slightly. Her cheeks were as red as a cooked crayfish. Even the tips of her ears were red. She struggled again, but his hands held her firmly. She couldn't break free. "Stop fooling around. I'll let you go when your leg recovers." His low and magnetic voice was right next to her ear. She lowered her head nervously and didn't dare to move. The two of them were silent the whole way. Jiang Tianhao helped her out of the office. He suddenly remembered what she said. Although her voice was soft, he heard it clearly. He coughed and said, "What did you mean by that?" Lin Shui said in a panic, "Nothing. Just pretend you didn't hear it." "How can I pretend I didn't hear it when I already heard it? I've never eaten any aphrodisiac supplements." A man's dignity was not to be doubted. He didn't need those things at all. His tone wasn't very good. Lin Shui was afraid that he would misunderstand. So she quickly explained, "You left in a hurry with Missy last night and forgot to pack up the lunchbox. I was worried that the food inside would spoil tomorrow, so I took the initiative to throw it away for you. While I was cleaning it, I found the residue of deer penis in the chicken soup. Because my grandfather is an old Chinese doctor, I know a lot about Chinese medicine and supplements. Every medicine is 30% poisonous. You can't eat too much of those things. That's why I reminded you. I might have made a mistake. I'm sorry." Jiang Tianhao's hand on Lin Shui's waist suddenly tightened. She couldn't help but scream. He quickly loosened his grip. His heart was in turmoil. Deer penis? Great. That woman Yi Zissou actually put that kind of thing in the soup for him. He had only neglected her for a few days, and she couldn't wait anymore. No wonder it was like he was possessed last night. He couldn't control himself no matter what. So was her doing. Yi Zissou. This woman must be his nemesis. Why did she always mess up his matters? Jiang Tianhao's hatred for Yi Zissou had already reached its peak. He only needed a breakthrough before it would erupt like a volcano. Suddenly, the sound of high heels could be heard in the empty corridor. A slim and beautiful figure slowly entered their line of sight. The sound of footsteps suddenly froze. Yi Zissou looked at the end of the corridor in disbelief. Jiang Tianhao, her fiancé, was actually hugging that vixen Lin Shui again. She bit her lip and her eyes quickly became misty. "Tianhao, how could you do this to me?" Jiang Tianhao was fed up with her pitiful face. Not only did he not let go of Lin Shui, he even pulled her into his arms and said lightly, "Xiao Shui's leg is injured. I'm taking her home. Don't misunderstand." "Yes, Missy. There's really nothing between us." Lin Shui hurriedly pushed Jiang Tianhao's arm away and limped 2 steps to the side to put some distance between her and Jiang Tianhao. Her eyes were clear as she stared at Yi Zissou, as if to say, "I'm really not lying." Ad. Honsha 866. Chapter 858. Yi Zissou herself was a little white flower who was good at pretending. She imagined all the delicate and pitiful girls to be little white flowers. Her eyes were filled with venom as she glared fiercely at Lin Shui. Lin Shui blinked and rubbed the corner of her clothes helplessly. She said softly, "Missy, you guys take your time chatting. I'll leave first." She dragged her injured leg and walked forward slowly. Yi Zissou stood in the same spot and stared at her without blinking. When Lin Shui walked to her side, she suddenly reached out her arm and slapped Lin Shui hard across the face. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Shui's head was slapped to the side by that slap. She staggered 2 steps and almost fell. Jiang Tianhao rushed forward and supported her steadily. This slap stunned Lin Shui. She didn't say a word as tears streamed down her face in a daze. Seeing her pitiful appearance, Jiang Tianhao was immediately enraged. All the disgust he had for Yi Zissou exploded. Without thinking, he slapped Yi Zissou across the face and said angrily, "Are you crazy?" Yi Zissou's face burned with pain. She covered her face in disbelief and looked at Jiang Tianhao with teary eyes. "Why you actually hit me? You actually hit me because of that vixen? Jiang Tianhao, I want to break up with you." After the slap, Jiang Tianhao regretted it. He reached out and wanted to hug her, but she pushed him away. She cried out, "Jiang Tianhao, you're too much. I won't forgive you." With that, she turned and ran away. Jiang Tianhao instinctively chased after her, but just as he took a step forward, he stopped and stood stiffly in the same spot. He clenched his fists and let her run out of his sight and disappear into the elevator. "Tianhao, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I caused a misunderstanding between the two of you. Hurry up and chase after Miss Yi and explain to her clearly." Lin Shui's worried voice was heard. Jiang Tianhao smiled bitterly. "It's not your fault. She was too insensible. She's angry right now and won't listen to my explanation." He paused and turned to look at her. "Xiao Shui, how's your leg?" Shui Lin hurriedly said, "It's okay now. I can go home by myself. You should go check on Missy. It's very dangerous for a girl to be on the street so late at night. You're a girl too. Why aren't you worried about yourself? It's not safe for you to take a taxi alone." Jiang Tianhao deliberately wanted to give Yi Zissou the cold shoulder for a few days. Otherwise, that woman would really think that he was her servant and needed to please her at all times. Lin Shui still wanted to persuade him, but Jiang Tianhao raised his hand to stop her from continuing. He said faintly, "Don't say any more. I've already decided." "Oh," Lin Shui said sullenly. Her leg was actually fine now. She walked steadily beside him and said, "Tianhao, actually, it's very normal for girls to misunderstand. You just have to explain to her properly, and everything will be fine." Jiang Tianhao's lips tightened. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say it. He only said helplessly, "You won't understand what's going on between me and her." He did like Yi Zissou, but that kind of liking couldn't compare to the value of using her. Later on, all sorts of things happened, and that little bit of liking for her was obliterated. Now, he only had disgust for her. However, he had no choice but to be perfunctory and pretend to be affectionate. After all, she still had value, and he couldn't abandon her for the time being. Obviously, Yi Zissou still didn't know her position in Jiang Tianhao's heart. She thought that she had been hurt by him, so she had to put on airs and wait for him to coax her. She didn't expect that he would actually let her run away without any intention of chasing her. Yi Zissou was even more upset. She ran to the underground parking lot and hid in her car to cry. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. She thought that she had done so much for him, but he slapped her in the face for a wild woman. Next time, would he abandon her for a wild woman? She was filled with bitterness and wanted to find someone to vent her grievances to, but her former friends had long cut off contact with her. The boys who used to chase her had also left her. All that was left were just friends on the surface. There was no friendship to speak of. Just as Yi Zissou was heartbroken, someone suddenly knocked on her car window. She looked up with tears all over her face and saw a familiar handsome face. She lowered the car window and sobbed. "Ihan, why are you here?" Xiao Ihan raised his eyebrows helplessly. He pulled out a clean handkerchief from his suit pocket and handed it to her. "My friend works in this building. We originally planned to go out together, but that guy had to work overtime at the last minute, so I had to leave first. I saw you running out of the elevator just now. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect it to really be you. It's so late. Why are you here?" Yi Zissou took the handkerchief and wiped the tears off her face. She said softly, "My fiancé works here too. He's also working overtime. I'm here to look for him." Xiao Yihan's handsome face had a concerned expression. "Do you mind telling me what happened? Why are you crying so sadly?" Because Chen Tingfang always wanted to set her up with Xiao Yihan, she felt a little awkward when he found out about her when she was down and out. She avoided his concerned gaze and mumbled, "It's nothing serious. We just had a small conflict." Xiao Yihan raised his eyebrows and did not pursue the matter. He changed the topic and said, "I originally planned to go to a bar to have a few drinks with my friends. Now that I'm the only one left, are you interested in joining me? Just treat it as keeping me company." Yi Zissou thought about it. Xiao Yihan had always been polite and trustworthy, so she agreed. The two of them went to a very quiet bar. Without being harassed by the prostitutes, the two of them sat at the bar and drank in silence. Yi Zissou did not know how many drinks she had until Xiao Yihan grabbed her glass and said, "Stop drinking. You're drunk." She looked at him foolishly. "I'm not drunk. I'm very sober. Tianhao, what's wrong with me? Why did you treat me like that?" She threw herself into his arms and wrapped her arms around his neck. She sobbed, "Tianhao, I love you so much. Why did you hurt me? What's so good about that vixen? Why did you help her and not me?" Sob, sob, sob. The people around them looked over curiously. Xiao Yihan sighed helplessly. He stretched out his hands stiffly and patted her back. "Don't cry. I'll take you home." "I don't want to go home." Yi Zissou suddenly flipped out and flung his arm away. She stood up shakily and pointed at Xiao Yihan's nose. "I don't want to see the be *TCHG You. Make her disappear. It's all her fault that Tianhao and I ended up like this." Xiao Yihan blushed with shame. He quickly covered Yi Zissou's mouth and whispered, "My big miss, stop fooling around. Everyone is laughing at you. Be good. I'll take you home." MMM. Yi Zissou struggled with all her might. Xiao Yihan covered her mouth tightly. Then he grabbed her arm and took her out of the bar and into his car. "Sister Chun, it's me. I'm outside the Ji family's house." Xiao Yihan glanced at Yi Zissou, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. He was drunk and unconscious. "Zissou is drunk. She's in my car. Can you come over and pick her up?" When Chen Tingfang received the call, she was already lying down to rest. She quickly got up. Ji Bowen also woke up and asked, "It's so late. Who called?" Chen Tingfang smiled. "It's Tianhao. He said that Zissou isn't feeling well. He sent Zissa downstairs and asked me to pick her up. Go back to sleep. I'll be back soon." Ji Bowen frowned unhappily. "Zissou is getting out of hand. Why are you back so late?" Okay. I'll teach her a lesson. We'll talk tomorrow. Go to sleep first." Chen Tingfang tied her hair up hastily. She changed into a dress and put on a cardigan over the dress. A black Hummer stopped by the road. Chen Tingfang tidied her hair and walked quickly to the car. Xiao Yihan leaned against the car. When he saw her figure, his eyes lit up and he called out happily, "Sister Chun." Chen Tingfang's cheeks were slightly hot. Ever since Xiao Yihan confessed to her that day, she hadn't contacted him. She didn't expect him to see her dressed casually and with messy hair. It was really awkward. She smiled. "Yihan, thank you for sending Zissa back. By the way, why are you with her?" Xiao Yihan smiled bitterly and briefly told her about meeting Yi Zissou. Chen Tingfang had an idea in her heart. She guessed that Jiang Tianhao must have done something to let Zissa down. She was angry and hated her daughter for being so useless. However, the expression on her face didn't change. She was like an elder talking to a junior. She said gently, "Yihan, thank you so much for today. Zissou was drunk and must have said a lot of nonsense. You don't have to take it to heart. It's very late, so I won't disturb you. You should go home and rest." Xiao Yihan smiled bitterly. "Sister Chun, must you talk to me so estranged? Did my confession make you feel pressured? Don't worry, I never expected to get a response from you." After he finished speaking, he didn't look at Chen Tingfang anymore. He opened the front passenger door and helped Yi Zissou out of the car. He said in a low voice, "I'll send Zissou to the door." "Okay, sorry to trouble you." Chen Tingfang quietly followed behind him. They didn't say another word until they reached the door. With the help of the servant, Chun Tingfang helped Yi Zissou upstairs. The servant wiped Yi Zissou's body. She walked to the window and looked out. Under the dim light, a figure stood tall and straight like a pine tree. Even though she couldn't see his face clearly, she knew that he must be looking in her direction. She stood there in a daze for a long time. She didn't even know when the servant left. Xiao Yihan, who was outside the window, also stood there for a long time. She looked at the lit window and the figure hiding behind the window. Then, she raised her eyebrows, opened the car door, and drove away. The car disappeared into the darkness. Chen Tingfang suddenly felt a little disappointed. It was as if something was different. In the morning, Ji Yuqi was woken up by her phone ringing. Add Hongcha 866 that you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.